This hearing of the Senate Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee inquiry into regional aviation. I'm the Acting Chair, Senator Richard Colbeck. I'm joined by Senator Bridget McKenzie, Senator Josh DeLiga, Committee Chair Senator Ross Cadell is online with Senators Jackie Lambie and Senator Peter Wilson. They'll be joining us remotely. These are public proceedings being recorded and live video streamed via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. Some senators and witnesses, as I've said, will participate via video conference today. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have the right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I also remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. And finally, I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones, and importantly, remember to unmute when you speak. I now welcome the Mayor of Albury, Councillor Kevin Mack. Thank you for hosting the committee in Albury today. The Mayor of Wodonga, Councillor Michael Goebel. The Mayor of Wagga Wagga, Councillor Dallas Tout, along with other witnesses, representatives joining us via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could I ask you, before we start your statements, to give us your names and the capacity in which you appear?
Kevin Mack, Mayor of Albury.
Michael Goebel, Mayor of Wodonga.
Fiona Piltz, Director of Economy, Business and Workforce with Wagga City Council.
Thank you. So we'll now go around and I'll invite each councillor to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of those statements I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Mayor Mack, as our host, we might start with you.
Thank you, Senator. So I've been on council since 2012, and since 2012 I've seen significant improvements in what we provide as a visitor experience with our airport and regional terminal. In 2017-18 we spent $5.17 million on our departure and arrivals lounge, and you would have probably experienced that when you arrived in Albury at some point during this inquiry. But more importantly, my experience of airlines and air travel in regional locations is very expansive, but more importantly, it appears that there's an impost on regional communities to bear the cost and the burden and the risks associated with providing an essential service and connection for our regional outliers. And certainly it's all risk and no reward, because at its peak, we're running at 260,000 in 2017-18. Recently, before Bonza failed, it was at 270,000 per year, and now we're looking at probably a projected 210,000 this year. I mean, that's significant reduction, but more importantly, it's the requirements that we have as an airport, a regional airport, to provide security, regulatory compliance, the appropriate infrastructure. Everything that we do comes at a cost with no reward, and it's basically providing a service to our community that has to be at a higher level than in some certain uncertain markets is not required. Our airports are required to do the same things as a capital airport. Now, essentially, our security screening applies only to Qantas, does not apply to Rex when they are flying. And essentially that in itself is an impost that is a significant burden and cost burden to us as an airport. Recently we were in Sydney speaking at Regional Cities New South Wales, 16 cities that are all capital cities in New South Wales. We're advocating to the Minister, in particular the Treasurer, about significant improvements required at Broken Hill Airport, a tarmac restoration which was significant for their essential services. The response from the Treasurer was, that's enormous, that's egregious, it's a cost-shifting measure for the federal government for us to pay for their infrastructure. When I reminded them that the airports were deeded to local government in the 1970s, the response was, really? And in fact, by distinction, you own local government, so you own the airports. And it's really that arrogance and probably that ignorance that provides us with no confidence or certainty to provide this service and put our ratepayers at further costs and further burdens of cost. And moving to the airlines, we've suffered significant losses across Bonzas, across Jetgo, across Virgin, and we hold the risk and they don't pay the reward. And Qantas itself, they're not the absolute greatest creditors either. Because we're the creditor and they're the debtor, and essentially we subsidise any new routes that they decide to enter into our domain. They had only probably in the last 3 or 4 years we had Albury to Adelaide subsidised. We had Albury to Brisbane subsidised, and certainly it appears that regional communities have to subsidise an essential service at every corner. And recently, with the Melbourne to Albury cancellation, there's an argument or a debate that we were provided with information and engagement on that particular route and were actively engaged. I didn't see that, and the feedback from other regional airports across New South Wales is since COVID, Qantas have cut their staff significantly, and the engagement of regional staff to regional airports has reduced significantly. And it just seems to me that if they don't speak to you, then it's a licence to do whatever they want. And I think as the holder of a significant asset and a significant responsibility, more needs to happen. There needs to be more certainty for capital infrastructure and funding. The regional airports funding program is not regular enough, and yes, it's warmly welcomed by us because it's a federal government expenditure, but in terms of the state government responsibility, they don't own the airports apparently, so they don't need to fund them. And I think that's really quite rude and it's a ignorance that I can't explain, and that goes across all of New South Wales, let alone the regional capitals of Australia where the other states feel the same way. So I think the challenge for us as an airport or as a regional location is the ratepayers shouldn't have to bear the burden of further costs to travel for health appointments, travel for social reasons and business reasons. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Mayor Goble.
Thank you very much, Senators, for the opportunity to present to this inquiry today. Just as some background, City of Wodonga has a population of 47,000, and with Albury, the two cities have a population of around 110,000, making us combined large enough to be the top 20 cities in Australia. And while Wodonga does not have an airport, it is absolutely dependent on Albury's airport, and for all the things already highlighted by Mayor Mack, in particularly emergency responses, aeromedical evacuations, organ transports, emergency services as evidenced by the Tawong fires we just experienced a number of months ago with aerial air fire fighting capability, and disaster response operations. Being one of the largest in the top 20 cities in Australia, we have a significant economic development initiative here in Albury Wodonga with a number of diversified businesses. Those businesses are very much dependent on air travel as a means of them doing business. Likewise, tourism and in general investment attraction. But importantly, there's a very significant social connectivity and inclusion component, supporting families that are separated by distance, reducing social isolation, assessing education opportunities and participating also in employment opportunities. Importantly, airport transport services, like road, like rail and like broadband, is an essential component to having regional cities like Albury Wodonga remain connected, and particularly to capital cities. In the last 20 years, sadly, we've seen the withdrawal of Qantas from the Albury-Melbourne route, the loss of services by Rex Airline, the cessation of Bonza flights to the Sunshine Coast, and the withdrawal of Canberra flights previously provided by Brindabella. And disturbingly, the average ticket price per kilometre is materially higher for the remaining flights we have involving regional airports. So the cumulative effect of the fixed compliance costs that Mayor Mack was talking about, the regulation, the cost of delivering regional air flights limited by effectively a duopoly or limited competition on many of these regional routes, and an inability for regional airports to benefit from the economies of scale, leading to ticket prices per kilometre of multiples of that you'd see on your capital city to capital city routes. So City of Wodonga is absolutely encouraging the Senate committee to give consideration to adopting a risk-based and proportionate approach to aviation, security, regulatory settings on regional airports, establishing sustainable funding mechanisms for Commonwealth mandated security and compliance costs to avoid cost shifting onto regional passengers and local communities, and also to give consideration to supporting regional aviation competitiveness and service continuity through structural reforms that reduce cost burdens and strengthen airport sustainability. And such an initiative could be something like the universal service obligation that other service providers, whether they be telcos or Australia Post, are required to do when servicing regional Australia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Tout.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to appear before you today. For regional communities like Wagga Wagga, aviation is not discretionary travel, it is essential infrastructure. It's how residents access specialist healthcare, how patients are transferred, how defence and emergency services operate, and how the regional workforce connects with the national economy. While passenger demand has returned strongly since COVID, service availability, competition and affordability have not. Families routinely pay close to $800 per ticket to travel to Sydney and more than $1,500 to reach Melbourne, often via indirect routes. While metropolitan travellers can fly interstate or internationally for less. This inequity is structural. Regional airports face the same federal regulatory and security requirements as major airports without the scale to absorb those costs. These costs are passed directly onto regional passengers. Coupled with limited competition and the ability of major airlines to cancel or withdraw services at short notice, the burden on regional residents is significant and unfair. This pressure is compounded by price-insensitive corporate and government-funded travel associated with major infrastructure projects. While welcome from an economic perspective in regions, it further inflates fares ultimately borne by residents and taxpayers. What we would like to know is if there are 70 seats on a plane, for example, how many are allocated to each of their fare categories? Promo, Red E-deals, Saver and all other categories that carriers may provide. From our research, it appears that the last few seats on the plane are available at prices of well over $700. Is there not an approach to regulating or capping costs in regional centres for all fare categories? As the other mayors have said, regional aviation must be viable, but viability must be balanced with equity. Regional Australians deserve reliable, affordable access to air services comparable to major cities. We urge the committee to consider reforms that recognise regional aviation as essential national infrastructure and deliver fair outcomes for the communities that depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tout. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you, Mayors, for your evidence. I just want to go to that cancelled Melbourne-Albury flight. Lordy Lord. Have we done an economic impact assessment of the cancellation? And as I understood it, we used to have an Albury-Melbourne Rex flight. Yep. Just talk me through how we've suddenly gone from two options to get from Albury to Melbourne, either on a Rex or a Qantas, to now no option to actually get to Melbourne from our region. Mayor Goebel?
So to answer your question regarding whether a economic impact assessment's been done, City of Wodonga has not done one. But anecdotally, just the inconvenience of having to hop on a train that has absolutely loaded with passengers and having to sit on a floor is not really a viable alternative, and particularly for members of our population that are heading down to Melbourne for health services to see specialists. Sorry?
Sit on the floor.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We've got a train service that is beyond capacity in terms of passenger utilisation.
That's before you get to Seymour or Benalla.
Yeah, that's right. So we've got literally our community that choose to use the rail service as an alternative because there is no air flights now, travelling on the train and sitting on the floor. And that was evidenced by a recent report in the Border Mail just on the weekend. And then the next alternative is bus or road, and which is not a great alternative too, depending on the need to get down to Melbourne and the urgency of that. That can be constraining, and often we've got our community second guessing whether they go down to Melbourne or not, because they've got to endure a 4-hour train ride, potentially on the floor, not being able to get a ticket or reserved ticket, or the expense of having to drive down to Melbourne with current fuel prices being what they are. That's quite prohibitive to many.
Mayor Mack, how did it actually, what level of consultation, you touched on it, but we've seen previously when you might have Qantas plus other providers flying a route, for instance, driving one competitor out, then I just want to understand the nexus of how we go from 2 options to 0.
Well, originally Rex Airlines were running a mail flight, which was the early morning flight, which was a necessary component of their travel and subsidised that travel. With Rex's troubles, essentially, and Qantas decided to jump on the route as well at one point and compete with Rex. But once Rex were out of the picture, Qantas took over, and essentially the limited engagement we had with them, which was actually probably a month before the axe fell, the discussion was along the lines of, are you looking at why these numbers have dropped and what that looks like? And there was really no response. But when we suggested that rail travel being considerably, the cost of rail travel being reduced, the response was, really? And to me, I don't think a lot of research had been done, and in my view, and my view only, I don't believe that Qantas actively engaged us to understand what that looked like, and it was a economic decision based on limited information and the packs on their flights. And our suggestion was, have you thought about the issues with our health system here in Albury Wodonga and how that will impact a lot of people, and would you actually work with that demographic and work with the retirement villages and offer them services that at a reduced price? Oh, that's a great idea, but nothing ever materialised because I think 2 weeks later the route was cancelled. So there was very, very little engagement, as has been the case. As I said, I believe that over the journey there's a belief that there is engagement, but the staff aren't there to do it. Back before the COVID, the regional staff were great and actively engaged us every month. If you needed to talk to them, there was someone to talk to. But now it's limited, and there appears to be no motivation to change that at this point. So,
well, we'll see Qantas later this afternoon and put.
I see the comments made by the CEO of Qantas, and I actually had a conversation at a function to celebrate Star Aviation's 10 years of baggage handling in Albury, and I said I spent time at the Longreach Museum, and what I learnt was that air flight was domain of the rich. It's quickly becoming that again, and I think that's very sad.
Senator, could I also
I would
respond
write
to your
that
question?
down, Mr. Bunn. That's a quotable quote, that one.
Would you mind if I also respond to your question?
Not at all.
I mean, to me, your question also begs the question around where's airline's social licence in this equation. Like to me, I mean, the fact that they've cancelled this route from Albury to Melbourne begs that question. It seems that very much their focus is around maintaining the profitability of existing routes or maximising that at the expense of potentially shutting down less profitable routes like the Albury to Melbourne route. And it does beg the question, in a duopoly situation, where's their social licence in terms of servicing regional Australia?
Well, I think that's a genuine question. I just wanted to also, I guess the flow-on question is around, Mayor Goebel, you mentioned competition and the lack thereof and the impact on prices. You've been quite active in seeking new providers, subsidising people to come into the region and offer services over time. You mentioned JetGo, Bonza and others. What plans do you have now for growth, given particularly the financial issues?
The concern, and speaking to the Airport Aviation Association last year as the chair of Regional Capitals Australia, the concern is because of the monopoly that Qantas have, that councils aren't really in a financial position to subsidise flights at our cost to provide the access required, the social licence required to provide a service to our community. So who has to do that and who does that? Pelican Air were actually flying into Albury at a subsidised cost only 2 or 3 years ago. I was actually the passenger after I had a short sojourn from council on the first flight that flew out of Canberra. It was exceptionally comfortable, but the reality is, are you going to take that risk anymore? And evidenced by Bonza's great service, essentially they proved the route for Qantas, and when Bonza went belly up, which was as far as their money was withdrawn by 777, but the reality is Bonza proved the route and Qantas took it over, and I just don't get that. I understand the route to Adelaide was proven by other airlines, and they ran that for a short period of time, again during the snow season that we subsidised, and again it no longer exists. I mean, to Mayor Goebel's point and to Mayor Tout's point, $1,500 to travel on a milk run from Wagga to Melbourne is ridiculous, and this is what they do right across Australia. They run milk runs just to drop off and pick up mail or pick up people from regional airports, and why should we be subjected to that? It's just not. It's second-class citizen stuff, really.
So I wanted to understand, you mentioned compliance costs. Can you actually give us some details of and you're welcome on notice if you don't have it with you, but the past 4 years arising from Commonwealth aviation regulations, whether it be CASA requirements, security standards and the like. Could you give us some detail around that?
Well, currently we run X-ray and other security service at the airport, which is body analysis and everything else. That comes at a cost to council because we provide the infrastructure.
How much?
It's at the point right now we're looking at we've got contracted security costs at a circa $1.5 million per year. We're looking at $1.7 million in the next financial year. Labour costs for the airport are not dissimilar. The increasing costs of labour are going through the roof. More importantly, just for the X-ray baggage handling and all the other things we do, the input from council is around $1.5 million per annum. Any upgrades to infrastructure, security infrastructure, if it's not funded by the federal government, we have to find that necessary funding to fit the regulatory requirements of CASA and all the other regulatory bodies. And I think, again, if you look at Rex, and I know they carry less passengers, that's the rule, but the reality is the security there should be equally as robust as the security for Qantas. They're still an aeroplane and they're still in the air. But ultimately, as a regional airport, we can't understand that, because the capital cities, it's for every airline. Here, it's pick your journey. I think that really is a little bit inconsistent, and that is a major concern for all the major regional airports.
So would you like to see the compliance burden on the Qantas flights reduced, or the compliance burden on other providers met? That's the question.
Well, the
and
question
who pays
is,
for that and how?
What does the traveller want? And I think, again, everyone wants to feel safe.
Well, I'm asking you, Mayor Mack, you guys own the airport.
Yeah.
So would you rather reduce the security costs on a risk-based, which is what I understand your submission to be, that is less for us out in the regions, or if your argument is, as I understand it to be, that Rex travelling is of similar risk to Qantas, therefore should be subject to the same security assessments?
I think there needs to be some consistency, because baggage X-raying, I think, fits the bill, in my view. I don't know that all the other things we have to do need to be done. I think, again, we've had the baggage X-ray for a number of years, and it comes at a cost because you've got staff managing that, but you've also got staff managing all the other services you have to provide, including swabbing and everything else. I think, again, it's a little bit overboard.
All right. I've just got two other questions. Who supplies your aviation fuel?
Aviation fuel.
Boys? Yeah, well,
Third party.
do you want to jump up here? We can't take evidence from the bleachers.
Come on, Bleacher, man.
We've got Wagga's CEO.
Just before Ambrose responds to your question,
Sit down,
Senator,
Ambrose, that's fine.
could I put another spin on your question to Mayor Mack? And because there's a fundamental issue that some of these regional airports just don't have the economies of scale, the throughput, to be able to amortise the cost of delivering these compliance and regulatory costs. And I think a different approach is to look at a whole of system approach, where those costs are amortised over the whole network rather than an individual route.
Yeah, so
And
that's through the passenger movement charge.
Potentially, yeah.
Is that something you'd advocate?
Yes, it would, because it would equalise the cost of providing air services across the whole system.
Right, a bit like what we do with other modes of transport like road and rail.
Yeah.
The whole society contributes to connecting the whole society rather than a user, because per capita the regions will never be able to maintain service provision.
Yeah.
Correct.
Thanks for that.
No, thank you. That's excellent. Mr. Glass.
Glass, we might get you to, for Hansard purposes, to
Say your
go
name and
name, rank and serial number before you start, so that we've got that on the record.
Yep.
As a part of the process.
Name is Ambrose Glass, and my title is Service Leader for Business and Lifestyle at
So
Albury City.
Who supplies the aviation fuel?
Locally, there's two providers of aviation fuel that have contracts directly with the airline. So it's not a service that council provides, but there's two locally based providers who have got broader connections. They're nationally owned, one of them, and has provides aviation fuel to other regional airlines across Australia, and they have a basis here locally in Albury, Wodonga, and they have direct contracts, if you like, with the airlines.
And that's stored on site at your airport?
They store off-site, but they truck it in on-site as required. There is some storage facilities on-site as well, but they bring trucks in and supply to that stationary storage facility, but also refuel as required with the aircraft.
Now, just my final question is the National Fuel Security Plan, announced by the Prime Minister last week in response to the fuel crisis in the Middle East. I'm interested to know, as an owner of the airport and as somebody that mayors that rely on aviation services to connect your community, what consultation you had with the federal government about this report.
So I can speak from City of Wodonga's perspective. We've had no line of sight to that plan, and as far as I'm aware, there's no engagement whatsoever.
Mr. Mack?
From Albury's perspective, my understanding, we've had no engagement either.
Wagga Wagga?
Nothing that I'm aware of either.
And we're also a community, both Wagga Wagga and Albury Wodonga have defence bases as well.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Senator DeLuga.
Thanks very much, and thanks for coming along today, Mez. It's good to have you here. I just want to ask you, based on Qantas's submission to the committee, they said that following their decision to the suspension of services on the Albury to Melbourne and Wagga to Melbourne routes, despite attempts to stimulate demand through sales, tactical marketing, and adjusting schedules and working with local councils to build awareness, both of these services had insufficient revenue to cover the costs of the operations. Can you tell us what sort of, what did they do to stimulate demand that you're aware of?
As I said before, I'm on record as saying I'm not aware of anything that they did. We had the meeting 2 weeks before the service was suspended or cancelled, and we were making suggestions about what they could do to stimulate the route, and we raised the question of the rail taking their passengers away, and they weren't familiar with that anomaly. But as my fellow mayor said, that the rail is not suitable for people who are infirmed and have to travel with disabilities when they have to sit on the floor of a train. Next minute they'll be sitting on the roof, as they do in other countries.
Senator, I'd argue rather than encouraging additional throughput or passenger usage, they probably did the opposite by actually, maximising the profitability per seat as opposed to the profitability of the route itself, and ending up in a positive feedback loop where less passengers use it because of the cost of using the service.
Yeah.
So they priced.
Basically killed the service because they priced themselves out of the service.
And also,
I had the same conversations with Qantas as well. Talked to them about the rail opportunity that was in Albury, and as the other two mayors have just said, that was an option in Albury, but for Wagga, not so much. And they did inform me that they'd taken a number of measures through marketing and putting mail outs and emails, et cetera, to local businesses, but they saw no growth there. Now, I haven't got any proof of that. I'm just taking them at their word in that meeting. And then he did warn me that in the next few weeks there would be a decision, which is code for we're cutting the route. And that's what eventually happened.
thank you. And in Qantas's submission and one of their recommendations, they cited that they believe that there's a significant structural power imbalance that exists between airports and the airlines. Do you, Mayor Mack, as the council that owns the Albury Airport, do you think that you had a significant power advantage over Qantas? That's a good question.
Look, I'd like to believe we don't. No, we don't have any. We have limited say on what happens. Before COVID, I thought we were well regarded, and certainly regional airports across New South Wales felt they had a skin in the game, for want of a better word. But now I think we've been scun, and certainly we don't have any skin in the game. We're required to provide all these functions to allow that plane to land in our city, to provide an essential service as Wagga does, and at what burden? And as mentioned by Mr Glass a moment ago, the other thing to the Melbourne-Albury route and probably Melbourne-Wagga, they changed the size of the aircraft. So by changing the size of the aircraft, they have to get more people on to make it sustainable, but then they increase the cost to fly on that aircraft. So, it's $666 return to Sydney. So, it's not viable. Regional travel is not viable, and they've created that scenario. So we're not considered, we're just a landing spot, really.
Yeah. And I agree, there's no power imbalance at all. In fact, it's the other way. I'm going to have to go off and read their submission now, because all the cancellations and the time delays of flights that are getting moved around all the time, and it's regularly, and it's both airlines, there's no imbalance, because their airport has to stay open or to ensure that the passengers who are waiting for a 1 or 2 hour delay or for a later flight landing at 9 or 9:30 p.m. instead of 6:30 or 7:30 p.m., that the services are still available there for the public. So we're a service to the public and the community. There's definitely no power imbalance coming from the local government sphere, I can assure you.
And Mayor Mack, just in relation to your airport, like I know that in round 4 of the regional airports program, there was a $5 million investment to actually put the new overlay on the runway. So there's been significant investment for the local community, and now we're seeing a reduction in services. Now I'm up from Tasmania, and we have a lot of issues, very similar issues that we heard when we're in Burnie recently, and our people on King Island have got very real isolation issues as well. We don't have a train, but
You should get your government to invest in it, Senator.
good luck out of ours.
I think, Senator, the overlay was well welcome. Certainly, it allows heavier transport to land on the tarmac as well. But we've done significant upgrades with thanks to the federal government supporting that, and the absence of state governments is the crickets are chirping. But the reality is, we also host the firefighting aeroplanes, which have a significant weight issue. But we also have to find money for a new development in our western tarmac, which will service our emergency services. So as a regional airport, it comes at a cost being in the regions, which is a cost other capital cities don't have to bear. And I might say the capital airports are supporting regional air because we are significant customers to their airports.
Absolutely.
And that's really, Qantas is actually the major carrier, but they treat us like we've got some sort of disease at times because they expect us to pay top end to subsidise other services. And the reverse of the submission was that they make more money travelling overseas. My argument is, well, why shouldn't that money then be used to subsidise the socialisation of regional air travel? I don't get it.
Do you think that after the COVID days where Qantas received significant welfare payments from the Australian taxpayer, do you think that money should have just gone into their profitability, or do you think that should have been used to buffer regional routes and to be able to provide services into the regions rather than just seem to bank the bucks?
I think it's gone in reverse, actually. The taxpayer paid to provide support to them and other airlines, but more so to Qantas. I don't know what that arrangement was at the time. I'm not privy to that. But when they were actually making record profits post-COVID, I would have thought as a taxpayer they should have paid that money back or provided a service to regions that is comparable with what others receive in capital cities. And, if you want to fly from Coffs Harbour to Sydney, it's $800 return. If you fly from Ballina to Sydney, you can get a flight for $100. I mean, seriously, what is going on? Where's that parity and where is that equity? I just don't get it. And that's all across New South Wales and Australia, by the way. And the same regulatory requirements at Karratha or a remote airstrip in Western Australia are required for passengers or any aircraft that land there of a size that requires security screening. So, it becomes a real challenge for regional air. And the socialisation issue is a major component, as Mayor Goebel has mentioned. And, we provide a high quality service here at Albury, and we don't get the return on investment, and that's really the issue that we have.
Where's the quid pro?
Senator, can I just answer a couple of your questions just then? So on infrastructure, Wagga had the dual challenge of not having any tenure at all, and we've only just secured that. We're in the final negotiations with the federal government about that. So that, and in addition to everything we're talking about here, but on your last question about funding, to me, and this is my personal opinion, it's a structural issue. It's a systemic issue. And whether the federal government, that's a federal government decision. Should they be funding airlines, or should they be funding infrastructure to the airports, to local government who are supplying that infrastructure, and stay away? The airlines are an operational thing. The councils need to deal with the federal government. The federal government needs to look at a lot of these submissions they've got that continually tell them they are systemic issues, and we need those systemic issues sorted, whether that's full body scanning, infrastructure, runways, taxiways, terminals, car parks. They're the sort of things we need to have a serious talk with the federal government about as a group of local government across the country to fix those systemic issues and not play around with money going here, there and everywhere.
Haven't you made that case to the Federal Transport Minister, Catherine King, over time? Are you seriously telling us, mayors, three of you aren't backwards in coming forwards in my dealings with you over the years, that the federal Labor government is unaware of these concerns from your communities?
Senator, being with Regional Capital Australia and regional cities New South Wales, who is Catherine King? Because we seem to meet her staff and not Catherine. So I understand Catherine has a passion to improve the rationalisation of air service across Australia, but that's a word. What's the reality and what's the action? And that really, we don't get an audience. So.
Senator, in relation to
sorry, I just want to understand from Mayor
Let's go
Goebel.
back to Senator DeLeger and his question.
Thank you. I've just got a couple more questions. I wanted to ask about following Rex coming out of administration and their new operator. So, what sort of have the services been like from Rex following the administration for your communities?
Oh look, there has been a delay, and certainly there's less routes and less slots for us to activate at this point. We're hopeful that they will improve and increase that, and it's a watch and see brief. I wait and see brief. I think as they are an essential service, and we have always had a great relationship with Rex, but the cost burden and certainly the costs we bear as an airport all the time seem to be significant. And I mean, the ticket cost is actually the cost they should be paying to us. What's in that cost should be paid to us weekly, but they always seem to get behind. And in the end, if something like Rex's receivership happens, we're holding a cost that is a ratepayer funded cost.
And so, with Rex now being one of the main operators for the Melbourne routes, is that right? Or the only operator going to Melbourne, or have you just
There's
got
no
service at
operators.
all? You've got none. Yep. So we just it's important to have that on the record. The following Qantas's decision, like since they come
There's
in
no route
on
between
top.
Melbourne and there's no route between Melbourne and Albury, and I don't believe there's one from Wagga either. Is there, Dallas?
very limited, if any.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. It's important to get that on the record.
Senator, in relation to your question, with Wagga, we were able to meet with the board probably 6 or 8 weeks ago. There were a number of them out here to meet the Prime Minister, and I think Catherine King, Minister King, and they came over to Wagga because this is where all the engineering base is, etc. So they came over to have a look, and myself and the GM got to spend a couple of hours with them, and everything we're talking about today we brought up with them, and then continued to highlight to them the importance of services in all regional areas around the country.
Did you get a commitment, Mayor?
Well, across the table, having a meal together, yes, but that's not a contract and that's not a written commitment. But let's see what happens. They were fairly upfront with the conversation. A lot of it was about not routes. It's the infrastructure they have, trying to see how many planes there were, how many engines needed refurbing, and obtaining pilots. So it's them seeing what was on the table when they actually not took ownership, when they're able to keep control and see behind everything else and see what was there. So they're working through all that, and they did give a verbal commitment that that's what they would do. But as we all know in local government and all levels of government, the proof's in the pudding, so let's see what happens.
And just finally, if I can, and then I'll pass back the call, Chair. I asked this question to Sharp Airlines in our last hearing, but do you think that there's a role that state governments need to play to subsidise airfares?
Yeah, regional cities New South Wales have put that forward to the state government that they should be subsidised. They already do subsidise some routes across Western New South Wales, but I think, again, the more important regional routes they should be considering subsidisation, because as Mayor Goebel has said, it's a massive impost on us, but it's also about socialisation, it's about access to health appointments. It's all those things that regional customers should not be sacrificing their lifestyles for. And as I said before, we don't want to go back to the days of the museum at Longreach when it was the domain of the rich and famous, and essentially it's getting beyond the cost or the reach of our community. And I think the state government have a role to play, yes.
And Mayor Goebel, I might just ask, get an answer from all mayors if that's okay, yeah.
As mayor of a cross-border city, that actually terrifies me. The notion of having to rely on two state governments for some form of subsidy, with Victoria being what it is at the moment. I think there's a bigger solution. It's around that universal service obligation, which I see being the remit of the federal government, not states. That's my personal opinion.
For fares or for infrastructure?
Sorry, was your question around fares?
Fares, yes, mine was about fares.
So, no, I'm specifically referring to fares.
Yeah, okay.
You know, you've got extremely profitable routes like the Melbourne-Sydney route, which effectively is run as a duopoly.
Yeah.
And there's, you know, again to that question around where's the social licence. You asked about the question about funding to the airlines during COVID, the multi-billion-dollar funding provided by the taxpayer to the duopoly. Where's the quid pro quo? Where's the return back to regional Australia?
The goodwill back to regional Australia.
Correct.
Thank you there. We might just get Mayor Tout.
I had my similar comments in infrastructure, yes, fares not so much. Infrastructure is critical because, as we all know in local government, the best way to fund something is with that multiplier effect of local, state and federal. Now, we haven't had the luxury of any state or virtually no state funding in Wagga because we're a co-located airport. We're owned by the federal government, and the states, governments of any persuasion have been quite reticent to give too much money over onto infrastructure. But now, if our tenure of the period that the federal government have offered comes through, we think that may change. So for state governments, I agree that contributions towards infrastructure in partnership with local government and federal government should be. Fares, I think it should stay out of that because there's already enough money going through in relation to tickets. But as has been said in our submission, and I said in my opening statement, state governments and huge projects, they're fantastic to have services in the regions, but they're artificially, or they're supporting the increase in fares because they'll just keep paying the fares, whereas mums and dads and members of the public find difficulty with fares. But I think if the infrastructure funding was to come forward, that would help airports to operate more efficiently and not have to put passenger taxes up as much, which would then assist in keeping fares down.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I just want to go back to some comments that were made with respect to the subsidies or the supports that council put in to attract new routes. Can you give us a sense of what your expenditure has been on that? And if it's on notice, given where we are on time, I'm happy to take it on time.
Yeah, no, I can't recall Pelican Air. I think, Mr. Glass, do you recall what that total subsidy was? It was per head, wasn't it?
It's thank you. It is on a per head basis. So typically, regional airports would charge for the services they provide at the airport, including infrastructure. They charge a passenger fee, and different arrangements are in place. But for Albury's arrangement, typically for a first year for a new route, we would waive that passenger fee for a 12-month period.
So we saw at the hearing in Burnie a few weeks ago the subsidy disappeared and then the service disappeared. Is that a similar experience that you would say that you've had here?
I can't draw that direct conclusion, but for example, with Bonza, for example, it was we waived the passenger fee in the first year. As they got into the second year, they paid 50% of the passenger fee.
And their disappearance was a different matter to withdrawing a route.
But yes, you could probably suggest that once the waiving those fees come off, I think you could draw some conclusions, perhaps with Adelaide and perhaps some others that would correlate.
I just want to go back to some of the questions that Senator DeLiga asked with respect specifically to Qantas. What was the flight schedule that they had here initially? Was it 2, 3, 4 flights a day? What was the schedule
to
that they were
Melbourne
running?
or Sydney?
To Melbourne. To Melbourne.
So when they took, there was a period of time when both Rex and Qantas were operating for a short period. Obviously, that Rex found that couldn't compete with the pricing that was offered by Qantas at the time. Certainly, over the last 12 months, it went from a single flight 4 or 5 days a week back to 4 days a week. But prior to that, when Rex were operating, they had a 2 flights a day to Melbourne. There was an early flight, and then there was a lunchtime flight, and then Rex was also the last flight coming into our airport at about 8 o'clock at night. So you could leave at
go down for
you could leave at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then you could return at 8 o'clock at night and do a full day's business.
That wasn't possible with Qantas?
Was not possible with Qantas, no.
And it changed again with the change in aircraft?
So yeah, with the change in aircraft, the larger aircraft, the number of services per week, and as I said, per day reduced. That's right.
But they would have said to you, you've got the same number of seats, so suck it up.
There was probably that inference in their commentary. Yep.
Oh, well, I've had the same excuse, so I'm not expecting a different answer. Sorry, Mayor Tout, you...
So just giggling at your comment, Chair. And can I also take the question about landing fee subsidies on notice? I want to provide an answer to that, but I'm not going to do it right now, but we'll do it on notice if I could.
And look, I would be curious on notice to get a sense of what it is costing your local taxpayer, so your ratepayer base on an annual basis for inputs to the airport that are over and above what are recovered via general operations.
Happy to do that. We've done it in the past, but I don't want to go off the cuff and give you an incorrect answer, so we'll take it on notice.
Okay.
Also, Albury's happy to do that, Tiana.
No, that'd be great. Thank you. In terms of the Rex receivership, when they found themselves in the situation that they did, what was the cost to council of that, and what has been the recovery? There is a program to provide that, but the question is, will it provide full recovery?
We don't know the outcome of the program.
That still hasn't been resolved.
Hasn't been resolved, no.
So sorry. That is the Catherine King case.
So there's
Mayor Mack, you said you're unable to speak to the minister. What engagement have you had on Senator Colbeck's line of questioning around the Rex payments with the minister or her office?
In the second half of last year, the federal government announced a $5 million recovery. We've lodged our submissions and we await the outcome.
So can you tell us what that your loss was?
It was in the order of $200,000. I think 174. I think was the number. Yeah.
And it's now mid-April, and you haven't heard anything.
No.
So we have.
August the same. We put an application in, and we haven't heard anything yet either.
So what was your loss? Can you tell us?
Look, it's within about 10. I'm not going to give you an exact figure, so I don't get taken to court. But it's within about 10 or 15,000 of 250, 230 to 250.
And your
again,
and your rate
application as we should have, and heard nothing.
And your ratepayers are carrying that while you wait for an outcome from the Commonwealth.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct. And also it depends how many, obviously, there's only one piece of pie, $5 million. It depends how many airports put in and then who proportionate payouts. Who knows what's going to happen.
And spent $200 million on this little...
And that's why I was asking the questions. We were asking some questions at estimates a few weeks ago as to what proportion of the loss councils would recover. So that was February, I think. I was expecting to get more progressed answer. All right. I might leave it on that sad note. Thank you for your evidence today. I know that there are a few things that you have taken on notice. Can I say thank you to you all for making the time to come here and give us evidence today. Those questions on notice, if we could have that information back by the 30th, Thursday the 30th of April, please. Thank you for having us in your town. City,
Region.
Mayor Mack, Region,
Thank you, Senator.
Mayor Goebel.
Thank you.
Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys.
See you, Mayors. And Mr Amber, Mr Glass.
We'll now move on to our next witness. Is he online here? I now welcome Mr Rob Walker from Regional Aviation Association of Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you for the Hansard record. Could I ask you for your name, rank and serial number and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Senators. My name's Rob Walker. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Regional Aviation Association of Australia.
I'd invite you now to make a short opening statement and then I'll go to colleagues for questions.
Thank you, Chair. I will make my comments brief because obviously we've provided a fairly detailed submission, as have others as well. As we all know, Australian aviation is one of the safest aviation systems in the world, and that's something that regional aviation holds very dear and close to our hearts in terms of the daily operation and the vital services that we perform on behalf of the Australian community across Australia, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. However, as you've been hearing, and you'll probably continue to hear as you move around the country with these hearings, not just from the RAAA today, but from other members as well, is that times are very difficult for regional aviation. The sector is very much under threat for a whole number of reasons. Those reasons I could probably best sum up with 7 of the key drivers that are challenging regional aviation at the moment. First and foremost at the moment, fuel is obviously a topic of not just the day, the week, the month, and probably the months ahead. And even prior to the current fuel crisis that's developed, fuel is always a challenge in terms of the total cost of running a regional airline and providing those services, partly due to not just the physical cost of the fuel, but the cost of actually getting it in situ and located to some of these regional centres. Over the recent years, we've seen increases in airport charging, and happy to talk in more detail about that today. Only the top 4 airports in Australia are regulated or oversighted by the ACCC, and the expression that's used quite regularly is geographic monopolies, and in some instances there's some larger airports that do actually exercise that privilege that comes to the detriment of regional aviation. Our sector also continues to experience labour shortages, increasing staff costs due to union demands and obviously expectations around the way forward, and we actually have 2 matters before the Fair Work Commission at the moment, which I'm happy to speak to as well. Interestingly, government, out of the aviation white paper, came up with 56 initiatives. A lot of those are very commendable initiatives, but a lot of those also are going to incur extra cost to the regional aviation sector. The introduction of a new aviation ombudsperson and effectively a whole new regulator to regulate passenger experience and passenger consumer rights is going to add a lot of complexity and a lot of money. And also Air Services Australia and CASA as both the service provider and the regulator, particularly Air Services Australia at the moment has been negotiating their long-term pricing agreement for the next 5 years. And the RAAA understands that that could see increases of 12% across air traffic control charges across Australia year on year for the next 5 years. And finally, everyone talks about post-COVID. Our sector has recovered, not to the extent that major airlines have recovered in terms of domestic and international passenger movements, but one of the biggest challenges we have is spare parts and supply chain, particularly where we rely on overseas suppliers, engine manufacturers, those sorts of things. As an example, jet engines require titanium to make fan blades. Fan blades, the titanium is sourced from, guess what, Ukraine and Russia, and that is in short supply. So lead times now where a member might have waited 6 months to get spare parts, we're now looking at 12 to 18 months. So all of these contribute. Just in wrapping up though, we like to be positive people. We have 130 members across organisations across Australia, very passionate people about who they are and what they do. And we're actually proposing a way forward for government is to actually look to implement what we're describing as the Regional Aviation Investment Fund, or the RAAF. This would not require any new tax or any new levy. What we're seeking or asking government to do is actually to reapportion some of the revenue that is collected from the passenger movement charge, which is levied against international passengers departing Australia. They currently collect over $1.1 billion in revenue annually, unless roughly 50% of that goes back into aviation. The other 50% is returned to consolidated revenue. We're proposing that the government should reapportion some of that money to invest in aviation safety, and to keep regional aviation strong and sustainable into the future. We're not looking for cash handouts. We're looking for things such as low interest or no interest loans. We're looking for increased depreciation tables. We're looking for support to invest in apprenticeships and cadetships for both pilots, air traffic controllers, as well as licensed aircraft maintenance engineers. And basically any other way that businesses to assist them to invest in their own future and invest in the ongoing sustainability of regional aviation going forward. So the short term is challenging, but with the right policy settings and the right actions by government with support from all the other parties, we believe that regional aviation can survive as we know it must survive. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Mr Walker. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr Walker, for your evidence today. And I'll go to the first of your 7 issues.
Yes.
But what impact has the supply of jet fuel and avgas had on your members?
It's been challenging. Probably the biggest challenge initially was communication, just trying to actually establish what the true situation was. The reserves that Australia have, we seem to, when it comes to jet fuel, be in a situation where we're around this 28 to 30 day bubble that we're describing as, that's moving forward. The Minister is now convening a weekly industry roundtable across all modes of transport and logistics, and aviation's part of that. We're now at least receiving weekly updates on what the fuel supply is like. I think the biggest challenge for regional aviation, and a lot of people didn't realise this initially, was it's just not the aviation fuel. We need diesel to get the fuel out to the remote sites. And the other big impact, huge impact, has been cost.
I was going to go to what the price rises you've seen across the country have been.
Yeah, so there's obviously a number of major fuel suppliers in Australia. A lot of our members are able to contract their fuel price. We're not at the same scale of obviously the larger airlines that might look to hedge. No one actually is able or does hedge against the cracking price, so it's all done on crude. But our members are very much beholden to the spot price of what they can buy it for. And what we saw initially was some fuel companies, we saw an uplift of 70 cents a litre almost immediately, overnight, no warning. Others are now actually having to increase prices because their supply chain prices are going up. Probably the best example I can have is one of our larger regional airlines in the month of March saw their fuel bill increase by $2 million.
$2 million? $2
million.
Right. So you have a weekly meeting with the federal government. Is the federal government able to tell you where the gaps are
So
at a geographic level?
they're getting
Because
down.
we are obviously as a community being told there's enough supply on shore,
Yes.
but the minister is unable to tell us where the gaps in the supply chain are and why they're not being filled. Is that the same for the aviation industry?
To a similar extent. I think the metropolitan airports, and you've probably heard evidence, or obviously everyone's reading in the media, major metropolitan centres, Jet A1 is in ready supply, as is Avgas, which is a good thing for not just any airline flying through those ports, but also for things like flight training in some of these smaller metropolitan airports, where I think the message has been heard in the last couple of weeks is that there are now some prioritisation occurring to get fuel out to regional centres particularly, and that includes the diesel. The other information I've had to hand as recently as this morning is that if you needed to put a number on it, it's about 5% of where service stations or suppliers have literally no stock. What industry is now asking for, and all industries are asking for, is some granularity. Are they without fuel for 2 hours or 3 hours, or are they without fuel for 2 or 3 days?
Yeah.
So information was slow initially. It's improving, and I think the only other thing I would add here is every mode of transport is very keen to understand what stage 4 looks like.
So just on that, and stage 4, you're referring to the National Fuel Security Plan.
Correct.
What consultation was had with the regional aviation sector around the development of the National Fuel Security Plan?
None with us directly. We are part of the broader ecosystem, and when it comes to, I suppose, being heard by government, we actively sought to get involved. We weren't asked.
So when we're looking at stage 4 is protecting critical services for all Australians, and as we've heard from mayors today, and anybody in regional Australia knows, access to our aviation sector is critical, not just for our health or our emergency service provision, but for daily life. I just want to be really clear. Regional aviation has not been consulted in the development of the level 4 framework.
No.
Thank you.
And I might add that as far as we can ascertain, there is no definitive plan yet on what stage 4 will look like when it comes to aviation. And an example I will use is obviously road freight is important, tick, medical, hospital, all those sorts of things, critical services, ambulances, 100%. Which bit of aviation is a critical service?
Well, for a community like ours, getting medevaced
Correct.
is a critical service.
Yeah. And we have a number of members that provide medical emergency transfer and also rescue, as well as organ transplant, where time criticality is the difference. It is literally life and death.
And you don't have... Yeah, I find that incredible. So, Catherine King, your office will be listening to this. Having been a minister, you'll be all ears. Please include regional aviation in whatever's being developed by the federal government, because we deserve to be cared for just like the cities. Thank you, Chair.
Senator DeLuga.
Thanks very much, and thanks for coming along today, Mr. Walker. I just want to follow on in relation to the recs coming out of administration following a period of support and then they're a new owner. What will the ongoing services provided by recs mean for communities that are served by them?
Obviously, recs has obviously come through that receivership process and is now technically under foreign ownership. We are, from an RAAA perspective, prepared to work with recs. Recs is still a member airline of the association.
Yes.
Our association also covers off just about every other regional airline as well. I think one of the biggest challenges with the recs receivership that regional aviation sector faced was, I wouldn't call it a misunderstanding, but a lack of awareness that regional aviation in Australia or aviation in Australia isn't just about Qantas, Virgin and Rex. There are a large number of other operators. I think at the time we actively engaged with government, particularly through the department, to offer other options for the government in terms of Rex, and that offer still stands today. I think it's not for me to speak directly on behalf of Rex in terms of their day-to-day operation, but they are still very much in a recovery mode. They still have the same issues in terms of the number of serviceable aircraft. Access to spare parts isn't unique just to them. I mentioned that in my opening, that also affects other members. I think it's great to see that Rex has come through this. I hope that Rex continue to operate and operate strongly because regional aviation needs it. And at the end of the day, everyone in our association, whilst they all run their own separate businesses, everyone is very keen to see that the sector not only survives, but it continues to grow and provide services across Australia.
And in your submission, you note that that many regional operators are under significant pressure. From your members' perspectives, what are the most acute pressures compared with, say, 5 years ago? What are the biggest pressures here?
Certainly. If we sort of petition fuel, because that is, I suppose, the crisis of the day, one of I suppose the big areas that we've seen is just increasing cost. And the costs primarily been coming through things like airport charging. We're actively engaging with the Productivity Commission with their inquiry into regional airfares and the determinant of regional airfares. There's a large number of the overheads in aviation that are beyond the operator's control. It's an expensive business to be in. And if I can cite an example of airport charging, which is in our submission, last year Darwin Airport decided to lift the landing charge by 114%. Our members based in Darwin generally are operating smaller aircraft in that sort of 15-seat or below category in servicing regional and remote communities in the territory. On an aircraft that weighs 8 tonnes, you could argue that the charge moving from $36 to $77 isn't significant, but it is because you've only got 15 seats on that aircraft to recover that cost.
Absolutely.
So the challenge for aviation predominantly is around cost, and it's the scalability of the operations that we perform. We don't have the fat in the system, let's say, to be able to take some of these costs on board. And as I say, Air Services Australia is their air navigation service provider and provider of aviation rescue and firefighting. They are looking to, or have just submitted their draft pricing notification to the ACCC. We've been actively involved in a consultation for over 12 months with them. They are going to be putting on a table a significant price increase for all of aviation. I'm hopeful that our voices may have been heard and that they might actually show some more discretion around regional aviation particularly, because as we've said in our submission, one size does not fit all. I'm not saying we're special, but we do have unique circumstances for our sector.
Absolutely, and obviously just following on from your answers to Senator McKenzie about the Middle East and the impacts on the fuel supply. Now, and the Minister's Office, I understand, is asking industry to provide feedback through to the department about difficulties in outages. Are you guys participating in providing feedback through to the department?
Yes, we are now.
Yes.
The Minister convenes a weekly roundtable, industry roundtable. We had meeting number 5. It's the second meeting that I'd attended to. We only had one other member involved in the first 3, which was Rex from a regional aviation perspective. And I've also had, having sought a seat in the room for that, on the Teams meeting for that roundtable, which I now have. We're also heavily engaged with the department, who have obviously the Minister's Department have got a particular focus on any issues. So our primary channel now for feedback is through the department, which is then getting fed into the larger operation.
And if I may, just finally on the on your proposal for the RAAF, that fund could have things based on subsidising regional routes amongst other initiatives. Traditionally, regional aviation connectivity and services that are and subsidising affairs has been a role of state governments. For example, the regional airfare zone cap in WA and in Queensland. Have you engaged with other state and territory governments about implementing similar schemes in their jurisdictions?
So you mentioned obviously 4 of the states that already do it.
Yes.
From an aviation's from the association's perspective, I haven't directly engaged with the state government. Yes. I suppose the association's approach, we don't necessarily get engaged in day-to-day operational activities of our member airlines. All our member airlines are engaging at the state level, as a number of them tender for these contracts when they do become available, and that's a competitive process. I think in terms of what we're proposing with the RAAF is that rather than, and not being harsh about it, what is a disparate approach, doing things state by state, a national perspective via the federal government would be a far more preferable way and a far more sustainable way going forward. And there's many examples in overseas jurisdictions like the United States with their Essential Air Services program, where the federal government and similarly New Zealand run a similar scheme as well, where they guarantee regional air services to communities that would otherwise not have some sort of aviation service. And similarly, they are open for, and they're contestable. Contracts are usually awarded for 2 to 4 years. And when it comes to the Essential Air Service in the US, there's very strict criteria that sit around it. I think from memory, it's about the community needs to be more than 282 kilometres from a major airport where they can access air services. But what it actually does provide is a national perspective, a national policy position and a national support that recognises the criticality of regional aviation as it's an asset and it's an infrastructure business. And the best way to support communities is to not do it on a piecemeal or a disparate approach, which we currently have in Australia.
And with a lot of your member airlines who operate that intrastate route, are you open to the idea of your organisation engaging with states directly with them about those subsidising intrastate routes?
Most definitely. I think one thing that Rex has highlighted, or the Rex administration highlighted, was particularly for our association, is there are lots of options, there are lots of choices. I think it's a matter of, and it's beholden on our association as well to keep communicating and having these discussions when the opportunities do come up. I think where some of these state-based routes that are subsidised do provide a level of protection for the operator because no one else can operate on that route. There's a very practical reason for that, because the route's not profitable. And when we say not profitable, it's not, no one's looking to make huge money. It's about providing a service, but no one can afford to do it for too long if they're losing money.
For example, Albury, Melbourne, where it's, the profitability is sort of under question. If there was some support from state governments to fund or to subsidise some of those airfares, would that assist with securing an airline to provide services?
Yeah, it certainly would. I think the part of the challenge, it's a very fine balance. To make a route profitable, you need to sell more tickets. To sell more tickets, you need a larger aircraft. You need a larger aircraft, you need security. You need certain requirements for the airport, including runway. Albury Airport here has a control tower. Yes. And provides an air traffic control service. Wagga has a tower, but there's no air traffic control service there. The tower's mothballed. there are aviation rescue firefighting services here in Albury, but the bigger you get, the more complicated it gets and the more expensive it gets. If you were to say what's the perfect balance, I would say lots of smaller regional aircraft because they can be run more efficiently and more effectively. But the economic model, because the cost of aviation, the cost of aircraft acquisition, particularly in regional aviation these days, really does mean that you either upsize or upscale to try and at least get a route profitable. And unfortunately, routes do end up losing services because they are no longer sustainable.
Thanks. I might have a couple more questions I might put on notice, so thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Senator Cadell.
Guys, I'm getting up to speed on aviation, so I can't be there in person. So playing catch-up football. You mentioned about aircraft acquisition and the problem in the world I see in this regional space. You're talking about 15-seat aircraft in Darwin and the under 40 class, the Saabs. It's been put to me that a lot of these older aircraft require historians, not laymen, to keep them in the air. Access to capital and access to parts to renew the fleet. Is there an abundance of aircraft type, like I hear ATR 42s and ATR 72s, but not a lot of other stuff in that mid-range for aviation? In the world, is there the fleet to keep regional aviation strong?
No, thanks. It's a very good question. And to your point, yes, there are options out there at the moment, like ATRs. You're probably looking at a $30 or $40 million aircraft. We're also aware a German company that used to be called Dornier is now called Deutsche Aircraft. They are working on an aircraft that is similar to a Dash 8 series aircraft. They hope to be flying that in the next 12 to 18 months. We're actively engaged with them as well. But there are fairly limited choices. And I think the next step down is in that sort of 15-seat category. The Cessna Caravan continues to be the workhorse of regional aviation, particularly in remote locations. But then Textron, under the Cessna banner, have got their new Sky Courier aircraft coming. But the biggest challenge for any operator, first and foremost at the moment, is generating the revenue to maintain old aircraft and maintain them safely. I think even Air T have publicly said with the Saab fleet with Rex, they're looking at a 10 to 15-year proposition. And the challenge for any operator, though, is sourcing finance at an affordable price. Regional aviation and aircraft acquisition is deemed to be very high risk. And when something is high risk, finance companies either attach a price to it that is really unachievable or put terms and conditions around it that are unsustainable. So hence the idea of the Regional Aviation Investment Fund is to effectively, if government were able to provide interest-free loans or low-interest loans, or to even underwrite some of the finance that companies might seek. A number of our members are very keen to invest and are investing in aircraft, but they are still buying older aircraft. The Dash 8-400 is very much a workhorse still. It's a fantastic aircraft. De Havilland I'm not aware, there's a lot of pressure on them to start building them again because they could build them again if they can tool up again. So yeah, there's limited options out there, but I won't go down the rabbit hole, but there's also new and emerging technologies. A lot of people talk about sustainable aviation fuel with SAF. It is a long, long time before we'll see SAF available at Mount Isa Airport. So our sector's also looking at things such as hydrogen electric, and we've got members that are exploring hydrogen electric aircraft that will effectively, if they're successful, re-engine old airframes. So you could see Metroliners or Saabs with new engines on them, because engines tend to be the thing that will be requiring most work and most replacement as opposed to the airframe. So nothing jumping out as a viable solution here and now that hasn't got dollar signs attached to.
And when you took that finance cost, I've been talking to some guys just trying to get a level, and they're talking about WACC, cost of capital is in the low teens to mid-teens for aircraft things when normal business capitals available in the single figures.
Yes.
So that's what your RAAF is about. It's about de-risking, allowing the upselling, because if you get a more efficient aircraft, it's better passenger, lower cost to operate. The other thing I'm hearing is some of these older aircraft, pilot availability, because they're not glass cockpits, that no one really wants to dual time on their way up. Is that a problem, or is that an issue? Or
Technology it does become an issue. The old steam-driven instruments, as we love to call them, still do exist, but that's where a lot of our members have made investment, and considerable investment is upgrading avionics, and that's more for the fact that there's certain technologies like automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, radius B, that was mandated for instrument flight rule aircraft, but there's also opportunities for better flight management systems, reducing fuel burn, greater level of service into major ports, precision approaches, all sorts of things like that. So, but you're right, the capital acquisition, particularly in terms of the weighted average cost of capital on a WACC component, is still the wrong side of the equation. And particularly for the proposal that we've got with the RAAF, it's not unique to other sectors. The resource sector is heavily subsidised, for want of a better word, because governments recognise the criticality of the service that the function they perform. We're hoping that, from a policy perspective, government is able to not so much elevate regional aviation, but recognise it for what it is, and that is, it's a critical service that does need to be supported.
Last question. You might not want to answer this privately. I've been told that people in the aviation sector think CASA do a great job on their primary job of safety, but not so much on industry development. Would you be supportive of potentially a break between CASA going back to their core job and a Department of Industry Aviation to promote the business of aviation?
Interesting question, and I'm happy to answer it. You may not be my background. I spent 8 years at Civil Aviation Safety Authority behind the walls of the regulator. I'd like to think my time there, I was contributed to some positive developments for the regulator in terms of some of the regulatory reforms that we've seen in recent times. CASA, and with the, I suppose, that caveat that I used to work for them, they do a really good job. We are very, it's not a matter of...
Everyone who worked for CASA and works in CASA says, Rob.
Yeah, so...
It's a bit like Qantas. They put their fingers and their former employees everywhere.
Actually,
Sorry, Ross.
If I'll just finish, because I was going on to put a qualifier on it. So the aviation safety, yes, very safe system. As I've said, one of the safest in the world. Cannot fault them for that. I mean, they rate in the top 10 regulators in the world. The issue that the RAAA and members have with the Civil Aviation Safety Authority is the regulatory mix is still not right. It's where if it's purely for regulation for safety, 100% everybody supports it. I would put it on the table that industry is actually safer than CASA. Most people don't realise that CASA regulates for a minimum standard. A lot in industry, including my members, hold themselves to a much, much higher standard. The biggest challenge we have with the regulator is around service provision, and that's not at an individual permission level for a pilot. There was a lot of reform done there, on aviation medicine and those sorts of things. It's on air operator certificates and the services that are provided. Just quickly, in industry, regulatory change is either deemed significant or non-significant. And I'll put it on the table that there are still far too many services that CASA provides that are deemed significant, that I would argue, and many others would argue, are not safety critical. They're administrative only in their nature. And
Can you provide us a list of those?
There's a long list. There's a
On
long
notice.
list. But importantly, it's the time that these things take. And that's where it does cost money. Bringing a new aircraft onto fleet with an operator, when they already operate similar aircraft, similar size, similar functions, similar maintenance schedules, to have to wait 4, 5, 6, sometimes 7 months to get that asset working isn't at all helpful. And I've got examples of tens of thousands of dollars effectively being spent by operators waiting for regulatory approval for something that they effectively already do. So that's my qualification.
Well done, Mr Walker. We'll take that up.
Thanks, Senator Cadell. Can I just go back to the questions from Senator Mackenzie you were asking with respect to the fuel security plan and your concerns about what level 4 might look like? What are from your perspective, what would be the key elements that would be required in level 4 of the plan from a regional aviation perspective?
First and foremost, I think the touch points that the broader community would share an interest in, so health and medical and emergency services. So a large number of our members operate in those spheres, people like Life Flight, Care Flight, aviation logistics, doing patient transfers, those sorts of things. I think the next layer down very much needs to be to look at those communities that have no other option. And we're talking obviously in far north Queensland, up into the Torres Strait, through the Northern Territory, far north Western Australia, anywhere remote in Australia.
Bass Strait Islands.
Say again, sorry?
Bass Strait Islands.
100%.
Island.
King Island, Flinders Island, anywhere where there is no viable or realistic alternative. And then when it comes to, I suppose then it's a matter of trying to prioritise. I think not defending the process that we're involved in, but it usually takes a good crisis to focus people's attention, and I don't think anyone's ever really given this serious thought about who needs exactly what fuel and how much do they need and where do they need it. So that conversation's now started, which is good. We'll contribute to that conversation the best we can, but it's about prioritising. But I'm not saying road or rail or maritime have a higher priority or a lesser priority. Everyone has priorities, but aviation is something that is an integral part of the infrastructure of the country. And when it comes to things like freight, a lot of people do not realise how much freight is transported by air. Most people think it's a rail or a road or a maritime. A lot of freight travels in this country underfloor. Those of us that travel a lot, we all know that everyone likes the carry-on bag. Most of the luggage is above the floor these days. Underneath in the belly of the aircraft, a lot of freight is carried.
Particularly for high value exports and things of that nature, they are all...
Correct, yeah, and perishable food, medical supplies, etc. But the
experience of COVID would have taught us a lot of that, you would have thought.
Yeah, and
I was in some of those conversations.
Definitely, and there were some lessons to be learned from that. I think it was, from an aviation perspective, there was a lot of flying that went on in aviation in this country. Obviously, the major airlines parked aircraft, as we saw photographs of everywhere. But from a regional perspective, a lot of regional operators continued pretty well as normal. Rather than carrying passengers, the planes were full of cargo. International carriers were carrying stuff underfloor, but they're also strapping boxes to passenger seats. So it's about getting, I think, a realistic plan to go forward and plan for the worst and hope we don't actually need to use it.
I think I heard you right when you said initially Rex were the regional airline representative on the roundtables?
Yes. So when they kicked off...
I just find that a bit bizarre that an airline that's dealing with all the stuff that they're dealing with are the airline of choice for such an important national process.
Yeah, I'm not privy or aware of the decision-making process that the Farmer or the Minister
I'm
made.
not expecting that you would.
When I became aware there was a roundtable that we weren't involved in, I actively sought to get us involved.
So how many sit around that table?
There was a hook-up this morning at 8 a.m. and there was about 45 people on the call across multi-modes, so not just aviation, but road, rail and maritime.
No, I understand that it would have some breadth to be able to manage all of the respective issues, but...
Yes.
So how many from aviation?
As it currently stands, I just have to do obviously the majors, Qantas, Virgin, Rex, Royal Flying Doctor Service, ourselves, and then some of the other associations, Australian Airports Association, Airlines of Australia, New Zealand, and IATA.
I just want to go back to your submission in relation to recognition of qualifications in other jurisdictions around licensed aircraft management expertise. How would you go about appropriately determining the appropriate jurisdictions which would be recognised in support of the objective that you're seeking?
Yeah, certainly. So the association has been heavily involved in this issue for a number of years now. CASA have made some changes with what is now called the modular licence and self-study learning, which is an advantage in regional locations where young people want to get into the profession. Historically, they had to be in a major capital city to study. They can now do that remotely with their employer as their mentor. The last piece of the jigsaw puzzle, as we describe it, is recognition of international foreign LAMI licences. CASA was pretty well there and ready to go. They've had been listening to our requests, and they'd actually effectively built a process to assess other jurisdictions. In aviation, Australia is very well regarded. Our licences for both pilots and LAMIs are extremely well regarded, which is why often...
So people are happy to nick ours, but we restrict
Correct.
being able to reciprocate.
Exactly. But putting it as simply as I can, we've got other major like-minded regulators like NAV Canada, like the FAA in the US, EASA in Europe. They have different regulatory sets, but there's a lot of similarity. So CASA, I understand, have mapped all that. The last hurdle at the moment, because it seems to have stalled again, is very much around, as I understand it, union concerns that this will be an open door policy and that the Australian jobs will be lost. The reality is there aren't any Australian jobs to lose. There's a crisis and a shortage of staff. And probably another way to describe it is the aircraft that we fly here are no different from the aircraft we fly around that are flown in other jurisdictions around the world. An Airbus or a Boeing or a Cessna doesn't know the airspace it's flying in. It's a plane, it flies. And if a licensed aircraft maintenance engineer is certified, as they are, to work on a particular aircraft type, it doesn't matter whether they're doing that in America or in Australia. It's the same aircraft that functions the same way. So there is a pathway there. It's about, and CASA has the regulatory ability to do it. It doesn't require a regulatory change in terms of modifying the regulation. They can actually do it through their manual of standards to actually permit foreign LAMIs to come in. There is a pathway there at the moment, but it is overly complicated, let's say, or cumbersome. And the way I can describe that is if you're a foreign pilot, you can enter Australia and start flying for an airline here almost immediately once you've gone through border security checks and you're issued with a aviation security identity card. You can start flying an aircraft. That's done under a certificate which is valid for 12 months. And that means that you then have 12 months to catch up on the local regulations, particularly around aviation law in the case in Australia. For a licensed aircraft maintenance engineer, the same doesn't apply. If you are successful in gaining a job, as many are, they have to complete all the study before they're allowed to put spanners on an aircraft. And so we've been advocating that at least follow the example for a pilot, and that would then get us through the crisis. Very happy for government to attach or regulator attach a period of currency, be it a year is probably too short, maybe 2 years. But for an airline to employ someone, they do their own diligence. If you were to employ a person to fix your car or fix your aircraft, you apply your own due diligence. That shouldn't be CASA's job to decide if someone's competent to do the job or not. That should be up to you as the owner of that piece of infrastructure as well. So we're nearly there, but it's stalled at the moment.
Surely the capacity, or building the capacity to do the work here, would reduce the pressure to take aircraft overseas to do it in other jurisdictions.
Yeah, certainly.
Which does localise the work.
Certainly, and I think the unfortunate knock-on effect here is because the staff haven't been available here, their work has gone overseas. And the work is often performed overseas. It's cheaper to fly a large aircraft internationally and burn fuel to do it than to get the work done here in Australia. And I think that's not unique to aviation. We've seen that in a number of sectors. We have no car manufacturing here in Australia anymore either. I think that over time would be hard to unwind. I think the key for our members and from a regional aviation perspective is the types of aircraft that our members use can be repaired here because they're not capable of doing an international flight for servicing.
So you need the capacity to do that.
We need the capacity here. Yep.
And keep the fleet in the air and servicing
yes
communities. Senator Mackenzie, I think you had a last question.
Is there any time left?
Not really.
I talk lots on it.
Yeah. I was just wanting to go to your the lack of inclusion of regional airlines in the government's thinking. They obviously think Qantas, Virgin and Rex after hundreds of millions of dollars, but it really recalled to me the play out of the administration of Rex and the lack of engagement by the federal government in sourcing alternative options other than taxpayer funded or now an overseas owner of a critical aviation network that could have been, as I understand it, serviced by existing providers across the country. Have you had any engagement with the new owners of Rex Airlines, AirT?
Personally, no, I have not.
No.
So, as I mentioned, Rex is a member. I have had engagement with Rex and both through administration with the administrators, but then also with Rex management post.
But your members were quite keen to step into the breach of service delivery.
Yeah.
We've heard this morning about Rex having to compete against Qantas on the Albury-Melbourne route for about 15 months, as I understand it. They competed. It ended up with Rex withdrawing and now Qantas withdrawing, a typical kind of move, shall we say. Are you confident that under the new owner of Rex there will be no reduction to regional aviation services?
At a high level, I wouldn't be confident at all. The business is, and this isn't just Rex, the sector.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
So I was going to say that
did you say you were confident or not?
I'm not confident.
Right.
The challenges that Rex and all my members had before Rex administration still exist today, and the sector will continue to be challenged. I think if I make a couple of comments around the Rex administration, as you alluded to in your question, extremely frustrating for other regional operators. We
had existing businesses.
Yeah, existing business. I sort of, in thinking about this previously, and I know I did some media at the time and commentary on the number of routes that Rex had as a solus route, where they're the sole provider versus where they were competing. And we have members that still compete against Rex on a daily basis. That's the nature of the business. But I think the frustration from our members was that we did try and engage both with the Minister and the Department. The Minister quite rightly at the time said it's a matter for the Administrator because there's a sale process, and so we were directed to the Department. I engaged with the Department. I was directed to talk to the Administrator. The frustration was that, and to your point, across our membership, we, if we go as far up the line as an Alliance Airlines or an Air North, our member 137 aircraft.
Yeah.
If we look at like or similar operators, which is probably that 19 to 40 seat category, there's probably 30 or 40 aircraft that we could have had available. 3 members in the West, members in the Northern Territory, members in Far North Queensland, members in New South Wales, members in Victoria and Tasmania. And our association, but more particularly in conversations with our individual members, we formed the view that, rightly or wrongly, the approach being taken was that there's only option A and option B. Option A was to sell the airline, option B was to buy the airline. And we were very keen to put on the table option C, which is there are other people that can step in.
So this was a missed opportunity by the government to actually support existing businesses and existing communities with aviation services.
100%. I think the big difference, and this isn't, Rex, as I say, a good airline, they're a good operator and they're doing the best they can. The process took a long time. We could have had upscaling of our own fleets across other members within 6 months, 3 to 6 months.
And save the taxpayer a lot of money.
Yeah.
Just briefly, your passenger movement charge, we heard some evidence from the Wodonga Mayor about wanting that socialised more broadly across capital city and regional airports. Have you got a very short response to that?
Fully supportive of it. I think I mentioned that only 50% goes back into consolidated revenue. That's circa $500 million a year. We're not asking for the $500 million. I think I've described it as a modest percentage. What's the number? I'll start the bidding at 10%. That leaves 40% for other things like cross-subsidy. I know others are looking to the passenger movement charge as ways to subsidise other parts, be it airports or individual council-owned airports, which is perfectly reasonable and commendable as well. I think my key point here is that this is money that is generated by aviation that would be good if it could be reinvested in aviation.
Yeah, and have ratepayers of this region
Yeah.
and other regions not footing the bill for essential services. Thank you, Mr Walker.
Mr Walker, I was just going to ask you, just quickly, Chair, about your evidence, just to Senator Mackenzie about Rex. So, from your member's perspective, are you saying that you would have preferred to see Rex collapse and to sort of just pick at its carcass, or is that what you were saying? Or
No, not at all. Rex, as I said, is a good operator and a very safe operator, and they run what prior to COVID was recognised as a profitable business. I think our frustration was around that. Yes, assist Rex and keep Rex flying, but there are also other ways to do it. Don't want to be sort of harbouring the point, but if any government came to regional aviation, 3 or 4 years ago and said we've got $200 million to invest in regional aviation, we could have come up with some very good alternatives that would have ameliorated, let's say, some of the challenges of the Rex situation. But by no means am I saying that Rex should have been allowed to fall over.
Okay.
But I think our frustration was that we were prepared to have an option C, and we couldn't get our voice heard on option C, which was to do whatever was required to keep the communities serviced, as opposed to keeping the Rex running until they could get a way forward for that business.
thank you. That's
I'm going to call it quits there. Thank you, Mr Walker, for your evidence. I think you might have taken a couple of questions on notice.
No, thank you.
If we can have the answers to those by Thursday the 30th of April. We'll move on to our next witness, who I believe, thank you, who is, I believe, online and waiting for us. I now welcome Mr Emile McCabe, Director of Fly Pelican, who joins us via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could we ask you to give us your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Hi, thank you for having me. My name's Emile McCabe, and I am one of the directors of Pelican Airlines, also known as Fly Pelican.
Thank you. I'd invite you now to make a short opening statement, and then we'll go to questions from colleagues.
Yeah, look, us at Fly Pelican welcome this submission into regional aviation, and from our point of view, it's quite needed into the industry. It's a tough industry, as I've just overheard the statements just then. So it's a welcome inquiry into the aviation industry that is well needed. So yeah.
Nothing else you want to add?
No.
Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand the volatility in jet fuel and avgas supply, and what has that had on your operational capacity and pricing models?
Yeah, look, it's hasn't been a pleasant last 3 weeks, given the price pretty much on average going up over $1 a litre. In our regional aviation, in our airline itself, it's probably hit us at we burn around 500 litres an hour. So it adds, every flight we're doing, it's hitting our bottom line of about $500, depending on where we uplift fuel. So we've had to increase prices. That takes a while to filter through. It doesn't help because it's a double-edged sword. So when you increase ticket prices, and given the economy at the moment is quite difficult and everyone's feeling it, it actually means that ticket prices slowly diminish, or ticket purchasings diminish. So yeah, it's an interesting time in aviation, that's for sure, and it does definitely affect the bottom line of a balance sheet and P&L monthly at the moment.
Can I just understand what contingencies are in place to manage fuel shortages across, not just within your own business, but more broadly across the regional aviation sector, from your understanding?
Look, if there's a fuel shortage, the basic is we stop flying. So it's a big concern. So if remote ports that we fly into or regional towns stop getting fuel, unfortunately, our services will stop. So, for example, we fly six times a week out to Cobar. And if fuel out there stops, which we support mining and regional towns, the plane can't take off, so the plane can't get out there. So at the end of the day, the flying stops.
But Mr. Graham, my question is, we understand that if you can't fill up the plane, you can't fly it. But what contingencies are in place? What has the government got in place?
I'm not sure.
Where's the fuel? Do you know where the gaps are? Are you confident that they know? I don't get a sense that that level of granularity is well known, but I'm not heavily involved in the business like you are. So I'm wanting to understand what is aviation businesses being told about avgas supplies and jet fuel.
So the last correspondence we had off our fuel supplier is about 28 days of fuel, or 30 days, depending on the supplier, of fuel in the country.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all they know. And all they say is they're actively trying to source it. So we, as a business, all we can do from an upper level is take day by day and week by week and deal with whatever comes our way. The information isn't filtering through, if that's what you're asking.
That is absolutely what I'm asking. We've got confidence levels across the economy at levels not seen since the 1970s. No one's feeling confident, so everybody's making decisions in that environment around their business, whether they're in agriculture, aviation, or running a family. And I just wanted to understand what was in place, because we have had the release of the National Fuel Security Plan, and I assumed regional aviation providers would have more detail than I do.
No, I have not seen a thing. All the only information that I have received as director of the airline is that there's 28 days of fuel in the country, and
sounds like question time.
We're trying to source more.
Sounds like question time. Okay, Pelican. I do want to kind of, has Pelican ever flown into Albury previously? Did you do the
We have flown in as a
Albury-Canberra?
charter. Yes, Canberra, Albury, correct.
When is that coming
Charters.
back? I'm declaring a personal interest. When is that one coming back?
Look, we thought that that would have been a very successful route, but unfortunately, it wasn't viable, and it wasn't. It was underwritten by the councils at the time, which was helps us minimise risk, which was a huge help. But we just didn't get the passenger numbers.
Yeah.
To support that route. So we had to make the difficult decision of stop selling. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in business. to be
No,
honest.
but you do some of those more creative routes like Newcastle, Canberra.
Correct.
Yeah. So, I mean, is
We've
there
got a new-
opportunity within the aviation sector more broadly to do those sort of, Bonza style offerings that
Look,
are outside of the
have
main capital hopping?
yeah, hub and spoke. And look at the regional aviation. That is its core business, and we have tried many routes. But being a 19-seater operator that specialises in regional aviation, it's quite difficult to get the passenger numbers and the fares required to fly those routes. So at the end of the day, we need to minimise risk or to make sure that it works. Like our Sydney to Cobar model, is it was underwritten for a period, or still currently is. And what that does is it minimises risk, help build community support to those areas, and it allows the regional communities to actually know that it's operating, it's going to be around for a while, so they've got some confidence in the service. But that can take a couple of $100,000 to get up and running before it's sustainable. Like, it could take a couple of years.
Yeah.
So like, we just tried another route that, look, especially with jet fuel going up and it's an hour and a half long, it's just not sustainable unless the numbers are there. And at the moment, we're finding that the leisure markets or the VFR market, they're just not willing to pay for what's required to sustain or even break even on those routes. So are we open to opportunities? 100%. Are we careful on how we do that? Always, but we're willing to give things a go.
Yeah. I just wanted to understand the underwriting is a guarantee, if you like, no sort of cash leaving wallets to you as the provider unless there is an issue. Do you think that is a model? Someone earlier was talking about a universal service obligation around connectivity. Is there a role, do you think, for government to underwrite more connectivity between
if they believe in regional aviation, and I know the costs required, I think to get those remote communities serviced, so like the Mudgees, like the Tarees, and I'm only talking services that we have previously done before that I know require like doctors and medical professionals, and it's not just politicians, it's people that need to go for medical appointments. So for it to be viable, and if that is a priority, that is correct. New South Wales, there's a few, but really New South Wales doesn't do that well. There's a few of that model in Queensland and WA, Western Australia. They do some funding and underwriting of services, and they do go out for tender. In New South Wales, it really hasn't been picking up, maybe because we are so close to capital cities. But for regional aviation to prosper and to get the regional towns the treatment and the professionals that they require, I believe it is a model that needs to be looked at seriously.
Okay, and just finally from me, but it's an oldie but a goodie, monopolistic behaviour by the gorilla, as they've been termed in other Senate inquiries in the aviation sector, being Qantas. Has Pelican ever had to go head-to-head with Qantas? If so, what was your experience? We've had evidence here today about Rex and Qantas Qantas entering the Albury to Melbourne route, and effectively after 15 months Rex withdraws, only to then have prices go up and Qantas withdrawing over time, that service as well. So I just want to understand your experience.
Look, we haven't had any of those issues with Qantas themselves. We're in a completely different market to them.
Yeah. Okay.
We had some issues with a previous regional carrier. I understand the need of competition in Australia, but me personally, I don't believe in regional aviation and regional towns that call it 15 to 20,000 passengers a year cannot sustain competition. I say that lightly, and it's not because us as regional airlines are greedy. It's just there is not enough people, and if you have a race to the bottom in regional aviation, someone won't survive at the end of the day. So our core business is really trying to focus on routes where there isn't any providers on at the moment. And I really personally, as a director of Pelican Airlines, have no real interest in competition, in competing against another route, because I know what the risk is required to actually set that route up and make it profitable from day one, and what's happened. It might have taken 2-3 years to become viable. So that's my standing and my board standing of Pelican Airlines, if that kind of makes sense.
It does. Thank you.
Senator DeLuga.
Thanks very much, and thanks for coming to the committee today, Mr. Graham. Have you seen examples where close collaboration between local airports and communities have materially improved a route's performance or resilience?
When you say communities and airports, we collaborate with a lot of airports and in joint marketing funds and things like that. At the end of the day, people only fly when they need to or want to or can afford it. So, I'm not sure where that question is leading to, but we do collaborate as best as we can.
Okay, and can you give us some examples of your most popular routes that you fly?
Yeah, at the moment, which was underwritten, is Sydney to Cobar. That's doing quite well and is selling out most days at the moment, which is great. So we're trying to look at putting extra services on. We do from day one of operation. We do Newcastle Canberra, and that does quite well itself. And then we do a lot of like fly in, fly out charter work as well at the moment.
Okay, and when you were mentioning about the zone cap and the subsidised Queensland's subsidised flights in those remote areas, have you had discussions or encouraged the RAAA to have discussions and try and broaden and get other state governments to subsidise fares for remote and rural regional areas?
Look, we are a RAAA member and we work quite closely with them. I believe they're quite active in supporting regional aviation, hence we are a part of it, and we work quite closely with other members. I'm not sure if they've petitioned for New South Wales itself, but I believe as an overall principle for the members, they are actively pursuing a better regional aviation community and service.
Would you like to see the New South Wales state government provide more subsidies for flights?
Yes, definitely. That will allow us to actually look at hopefully implementing towns that we had services to, like your Mudgees and Tarees, and it's not just us that have dropped services in New South Wales. So yes, it would help support those routes and get those routes re-established. Yeah.
And just going back to one of the questions that Senator McKenzie had asked you about the fuel supply and fuel security, does the RAAA report back to members after weekly briefings like yourself about the information from the roundtables?
Generally, it's not. the answer to that is yes, they do. I wouldn't say it's like straight away within 24 hours, but the members do get an update of what the RAAA is actively in. One thing I will say is the RAAA are very good at answering their phone. So if we do have issues or questions, they're more than happy to help and have a chat.
As a former union official, I'm always happy to see unions report back to their members. So thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeLuga. Just going back to the key barriers. So you've talked a lot about cost and the costs. What's the most urgent in terms of a government/regulatory barrier that could be dealt with to ease your pain?
Urgently is fuel pricing.
Yep.
That's urgently. The second thing is definitely the support in regional aviation assets, so aircraft especially, even though there isn't that many, well, there's no 19-seater, which is what we specialise in, 19-seater aircraft being manufactured that is pressurised with a retractable undercarriage that can go some distance.
So what you're flying...
Sorry?
So your aircraft are... what's the type of aircraft you're flying?
We fly a British Aerospace Jetstream 32, which is a 19-seater turboprop, like a smaller. I know you've spoken a bit about Rex. It's a smaller version. It was technically a smaller version of the Saab. So Saab's around 30 seats. We fly 19 seats, same as like the Metroliner.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, aircraft financing, and it is deemed such high risk aviation. So the banks get a little bit nervous around that, especially with things like COVID or fuel price increases, that they know it hurts our bottom line. If there was some underwriting or some help there with some low loans or interest rates or some backing there, that would definitely help being able to do some expansion or keep the fleets going and look at other aircraft acquisitions in the future.
What's the average age of your fleet?
94, about 22 years.
Okay. We talked to the Regional Aviation Association about workforce for maintenance. Do you have a particular perspective on that?
Yeah, we've got a maintenance organisation that looks after our aircraft. Right now, currently, we are in a quite healthy position with Lamies, but we have had to entice people is to put our prices up or our wages up to get the right personnel in. I'm not an engineer myself. But
so is that organisation part of your structure, or it's something you contract?
No, it's part of our structure. It's another entity, but we own it.
Okay. And so at this point it's in healthy shape?
Yeah, engineers-wise, we are quite good, but after COVID, it was quite difficult. But like I said, we've had to up 20 to 25% pricing or wage increase just to attract the right personnel and fit for our business with the right tickets on our aircraft.
So that's it's another cost into the overall
Correct.
inputs into in running the business. Just coming back down to regional airport infrastructure, what impact does that have on your operations with respect to your compliance obligations? Thinking of conversations we've had with, say, Flinders Island, and I know you don't fly there, but it's a smaller airport. They've just had a fair bit spent on their lighting infrastructure, which is obviously very welcome, but they have other regulatory requirements as far as their facilities are concerned, which they struggle or won't be able to afford to manage. How does that impact on your service provision in the cohort of airports that you operate from?
The ports we operate to, the airports are pretty good, excellent actually, and the standard is quite high. The truth is if it wasn't to a standard of lighting or runway width, we couldn't fly there to start with. I do know that unless the airport is getting a fair passenger taxes and numbers through, it is quite difficult on most councils to keep the upkeep, the requirement to have a aerodrome reporting officer, especially for regional passenger services, RPT services. So there is cost there, but from our point of view, that hasn't really been an issue because the requirement for us to fly at those airports, it's either at that level of infrastructure or otherwise we can't fly there.
So it is actually, in terms of where you're flying now, that's fine because of the airports that you're flying into: Canberra, Gold Coast, Newcastle, Sydney, Narrabri and Cobar are the key your destinations. But if you were considering an option for a new route somewhere, the capacity of that the capacity of that infrastructure would be a consideration as to whether or not you could even fly there because of its capacity or not to meet regulatory requirements.
Correct.
So it's another constraining factor on the availability of service into an airport where that's an issue.
That's correct, yes.
All right, look, I might leave it there as well. Can I thank you for your evidence? I don't think you've taken anything on notice, but if there's anything else you'd like to put on the record, if we could have that by Thursday the 30th of April. So thank you very much for your evidence and your time today. The committee will suspend for a 10-minute break. I now welcome Mr Tim Jordan. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate inquiries has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name's Tim Jordan and I am the former CEO of Bonza.
Okay, thank you. I'd invite you to make a short opening statement and then we'll go to questions from colleagues.
Thank you, and I'd like to table this opening statement for sharing.
Yes, we can certainly facilitate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you could send that to us or have it sent to us as quickly as you can, that would be great.
Thank you. Good morning. We are here in Albury today, where Bonza operated for just over a year, more than 420 flights to and from the Sunshine Coast and subsequently to the Gold Coast, carrying more than 65,000 customers with an average load factor of 84%. Those 65,000 customers are approximately the same as the population of Albury. Market stimulation rates for Albury to the Sunshine Coast were more than 1,000%, with the newer Gold Coast route more than 400%. These types of stimulation rates and market growth were really not that unusual wherever Bonza operated. It was based on this fundamental desire and wish to make flying to and from regional Australia more affordable for all of Australia that drove the Bonza team. As such, it was, and still is, hard to balance the positive forward momentum and where we found ourselves in mid-2024. The following is part of the statement that was provided by the Australian directors to the administrators as to why Bonza failed. Bonza was wholly reliant on funding from our sole investor, 777 Partners. Although there was no feedback that funding had ceased, our ongoing and progressing execution plans were curtailed abruptly on the 30th of April 2024 with the repossession of our aircraft. In October 2025, a statement was released by the FBI related to 777 Partners, and I would certainly encourage people to read that statement. During our limited period of operations, the Bonza team delivered A, the first new high-capacity airline operating certificate for a startup airline in Australia in more than 15 years. The Bonza team delivered the broadest and fastest airline network ramp-up in Australian aviation history, with Bonza servicing a total of 22 destinations, with all but one of those being a regional destination. On the 36 routes flown at the time of entering administration, Bonza averaged 130 customers per flight, a 70% load factor across all flights. 83% of those routes flown were not operated by any other airline. During the first full 4 quarters of trading, Bonza saw total flown revenue in excess of $100 million. And during that same period, more than 1 million seats were sold. Bonza delivered stimulation rates in large regional Australian centres that replicate those that were seen in more than 5,000 new routes in the rest of the world. Bonza demonstrated beyond doubt that large regional centres have the same needs and wants to travel at reasonable cost as the rest of Australia. Australia is one of the 10 largest domestic aviation markets in the world. However, Australian aviation is the most centralised and consequently the least competitive of all major domestic aviation markets in the world. More than 98% of domestic markets controlled by 2 airline groups, with the dominant Qantas group approximately twice the market share of the Virgin Group. Australian aviation and the Australian travelling public is largely beholden to the Qantas group and their ongoing tolerance levels. If Australian aviation was the Australian grocery sector, then Coles would be half the size that it is, Audi doesn't exist, and neither does IGA. However, this is not Qantas or Virgin Australia's fault. Both of the duopoly are absolutely behaving as very rational businesses. However, it is the lack of overall competitive environment that means that neither operator really compete hard or really look for that new untapped market segment. They don't have to. The lack of competitive environment has been fostered on several occasions via government policy and decisions. Whether that was the decision to approve the sale of Tiger Airways to Virgin Australia back in 2013, the decision to not provide support to Virgin Australia when in administration in 2020, or to Bonza in 2024, or the subsequent decision to support Rex just a few months later. All these decisions are ultimately picking winners and losers, and we ultimately have the competition in the domestic market that these decisions deserve. I have absolutely no doubt that if federal government had assisted Bonza in a similar or significantly lesser scale than Rex, the Australian consumer would be faced with a far more robust and competitive domestic aviation proposition than we currently see today. Government should, of course, be about encouraging further competition in sectors like aviation, where the status quo is to the detriment of so many across Australia. With the exception of the Qantas Group-funded airlines, this century has seen no Australian investment in new mainstream scheduled domestic airline ventures, with all investments coming from either Singapore, the US or British interests. In my opinion, the duopoly are and have been overly effective at lobbying government and using their considerable sway with the media and potential Australian investors. The result being nothing much changes and the status quo is maintained. As such, 4 potential big wins for the aviation sector are: 1, Australia needs an aviation investment hero. To really deliver change via a significant third aviation group in the domestic market, it will take an investment in excess of $100 million. The pool of potential investors to deliver that is quite small, but I'm sure they are certainly well known to government. Government encouraging the delivery of that third significant group in the domestic market would be the single largest positive that our industry and travelling public can see. Number 2, domestic charter operations. Current Australian regulations do not allow travel agents to charter domestic flights that are then able to be sold to travel agents to individual travellers. This could be a quick win opportunity that would deliver lower fares, especially during peak holiday periods for regional capacity constrained markets. This would also deliver additional volume for charter operators and regional airports. Number 3, removal of GST on remote regional flights. Much like basic grocery items, health and education, the ability to get in and out of remote locations is a necessity and should be treated as such in relation to GST. 4, financing of new aircraft. Financing of new aircraft is a major issue for smaller and growing airlines. It is therefore proposed that new aircraft financing options be examined by the Australian government so that the playing field is levelled for newer and smaller operators. In summary, the current entrenched position of the Qantas Group, along with a Qantas-tolerated Virgin Group, drives a very ordinary aviation outcome for Australian consumers. That has currently delivered us the least competitive major domestic aviation market in the world. Australia and all Australians deserve better. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan, for your evidence and for your efforts at providing aviation services to the regions through Bonza. I have a range of questions, but just from the evidence you've just given and your comparison of the aviation market with the supermarket market, do I take it that you would be in support of divestiture powers similar to what's been moved for supermarkets, or that people argue should be made available for supermarkets for the aviation sector, particularly as it relates to the Qantas Group when you include Jetstar?
We need change. We need 3 significant independent groups going at each other. That will deliver significant benefits to the market.
My question was about divestiture powers, because how else do you break up Qantas Group?
Divestiture is one option which would certainly provide that. Encouraging new entrants is another.
So my question then, that leads beautifully into my next series of questions, were that there was no federal government assistance for Bonza or for Virgin Australia in 2020, yet Rex Airlines has, been in receipt of substantial federal government taxpayer assistance. Why do you think that was the case?
I don't know. I don't know. We had a conversation in mid to late April 2024. We actually had found ourselves an Australian hero in the fact that we had an Australian potential investor, and we were progressing very well in terms of the discussions for a potential acquisition, partial or more, with that potential Australian hero.
And this is for Rex?
No, this was for Bonza.
For Bonza.
For Bonza. So we were in deep discussions with a prospective Australian investor, and unfortunately time ran out on us. Federal government were aware of those discussions at the time, but the events of the 30th of April overtook that process.
And had the federal government at the time given you any indication that they were prepared to assist Bonza in the same way that they stepped in for Rex?
No, they declined. They actually asked us over a weekend, as it was, did we require assistance? There was some negative publicity going on at the time, and so we said, look, this is where we're at in this process with this potential investor. This is where we're at in terms of our finances. If government asked, would you like some assistance? You're probably going to say yes. We said yes. They said no.
So they asked you if you needed assistance?
Yes.
And then when you said
on the
yes,
Saturday,
thanks?
On the Saturday, and then on the Sunday evening they said no.
And then they go, well.
Yes, that's correct.
In your opinion, how many operators are viable on routes like Albury to Melbourne, Sydney, Wagga Wagga to Melbourne, Sydney? We've discussed the Rex Qantas withdrawal from those routes.
The dynamics of each and every route, as we can all appreciate, are very different. So my personal opinion on something like Albury-Melbourne is it's too short. So I think that's where I'd actually put that particular market, just with improving travel, lower cost train options, etc. That just makes that route very hard to work from a viability perspective. I think when you're talking about a market like Wagga to Sydney, there should absolutely be two operators on there. However, I think the operators, and I live up near Coffs Harbour, and I have two airlines. I have Qantas and Rex fly over my house every morning, and within 3 minutes of each other, and they're priced within $10 of each other. There is no alternative or options in the market. This is the difference that Bonza was bringing. Bonza was bringing a choice to the market for the visiting friends and relatives and leisure market. Regional centres have never had that choice. It's $300 or you're driving or staying home, which is what most people did.
Or $310 if you want a cup of tea.
Yeah, indeed. Bonza brought choice. We halved the fares and brought the choice. People got on the aircraft and travelled. How much revenue do you think Bonza brought in and out of Albury with 65,000 customers in a year? We didn't receive $1 in terms of support. And that is significant. And that story is replicated. It's about that sort of number, maybe slightly less for Mildura. Port Macquarie. Here's a Bundaberg to Melbourne, not flown by anybody. We ran that service more than 200 flights during our operations with a 92% load factor. So tell me why one of the incumbents hasn't actually picked up Melbourne to Bundaberg. Because it's convenient not to. There is no pressure for them to do so. It makes sense to flow the traffic over Brisbane, not because people in Bundaberg want to fly via Brisbane. They want to fly non-stop. They want to go and see their friends and family or visit Melbourne or vice versa. Get up to Bundaberg if you're in Melbourne. They want to do that non-stop for a weekend. If you're connecting via Brisbane or Sydney or somewhere else, You're not just not doing that, especially when it's costing you $600 to $700 if you're lucky.
So, do you consider the administration and sale framework adequately supports competition and continuity of essential air services, or are there specific policy and legislative changes you would like seen made, because that's the job of this committee to make those suggestions to government, that would ensure more timely and competitive outcomes for a future regional aviation sector?
So having a third competitor walk through the door now would be number one. Unlikely at this moment, but we live in hope, but we've been there many times before. Instead of potentially...
What happened? You've said you've got stellar numbers when it comes to bums on seats, right? You've taken a very competitive approach and creative approach to connecting different communities. You've filled gaps in the market, so you've ticked all the right boxes. So why isn't that an option that's being picked up? Like, what's stopping that happening?
Because the incumbent operators,
Let's
it
name
works
them.
for them. Qantas and Virgin, it suits them in their duopoly to not change. It's a little bit harder to create new market. Okay, there's already feeding traffic which goes via Bundaberg, connecting on via Brisbane to Melbourne. We don't need to upset the status quo. It's working just fine. Look at our margins.
So what can government do?
Encourage that third player.
And what does encouragement look like? I'm looking for specific
Speak
initiatives.
to Australians and actually say, why the heck hasn't there been Australian investment this century for a mainline carrier in this country? Why has the only investment for this sector in this country come from Singaporean, American or British interests? It shouldn't. Is it because the duopoly are having quiet words with the investor network out there? They all know each other. It's too comfortable, it's too cosy, it works too nicely. Someone needs to be brave, a hero, and step forward and actually take this on, because that is when we'll get real change. What we did as Bonza wasn't smart and clever at all, okay? We were replicating what's already happened in the rest of the world. Australia is, without doubt, the least competitive major market in the world. Nearly 99% of the market in the hands of the duopoly.
That's right.
Doesn't happen anywhere else. Doesn't happen anywhere else. We need to change that. Okay, so skipping on from the third carrier, third group, which we must have happen, the single largest thing that this team can deliver. Change and allow travel agents to sell charter flights to individuals. Currently, charter flights can only be sold to groups travelling together for the same purpose. A school group travelling together to and
Senate
from...
committee.
Okay, a Senate committee travelling together, okay? However, the ability, it means that crazy people like me, okay, can actually go out and work with our existing operators who are looking for new business, who already have the aircraft, who already have the crew, and we can say to them, hey, there's a market between the Sunshine Coast and Albury. Do you have an aircraft that we can use over the school holidays and actually put it into the market? Guess what happens? Yes, you deliver that in the marketplace, but the ability for the incumbents, the duopoly, Qantas and Virgin, to actually gouge the fares to being $1,000, they don't have that ability anymore. It comes down to maybe $600 or $700, still too much, but their ability to gouge is taken back a step or two, and a new market is driven. And, very importantly, regional airports see new traffic. Those regional operators...
So what's stopping that now? Just a simple regulation change?
Very simple regulation change.
Through the Department of Transport or through the Minister's Office or through CASA? Where does that...
I don't know. I've
That's
been
right,
asking
we'll
the
ask.
questions. I've been asking the questions. I'm not getting a straight answer at this moment in time.
Okay.
I know there's a market, and I know it benefits many people, especially Australians who live in large regional centres and elsewhere.
So that's two.
That's
Did you
two.
have- yep. Any on notice, maybe, if you've got the other things on your list.
Yeah, and I guess the other two major points there was financing, which I've already heard discussed this morning, and then the other one is GST. We all agree that remote centres it's a necessity.
Yes.
So treat it like a necessity, as in grocery items or medical education. Remove the GST. Well, there's $70 off of most airfares straight away. That may be a quick fix in the market.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Senator De Luca.
Thanks very much, Mr. Jordan, and thanks for your submission and your story. And you can tell how passionate you are about the industry and that third player. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about what you know about the collapse with the investor failure, like for the business. Like what happened?
I don't know. My last news was reading that FBI statement last October in terms of everything which has transpired with them. When we started working with them back in 2021, they'd stuck by Flair Airlines, a low-cost carrier in Canada, and they'd stuck with them through the everything COVID, and they'd made money available through them through COVID. They were buying aircraft, they were buying sporting clubs, they were investing in various technology businesses, so everything looked to be on the up. They went through the Foreign Investment Review Board process, and they were different. I used to describe them as maverick, and I still would. And then obviously their world imploded, and we were one of the first, if you like, dominoes to fall over in that world. And unfortunately, as I say, what happened on the 30th of April was unexpected, especially based on the potential sale process that was ongoing and moving quite quickly towards a positive resolution, potentially.
And when it comes to the biggest opportunities to improve regional affordability and balancing that with route sustainability, what are your suggestions for that? Like, because I appreciate what you said about the Bundaberg to Melbourne, and I had a good mate in Bundaberg, and I was going to go up and visit her, and it was just at the time that you collapsed, and she's like, "Don't you know Bonza? I've got like Melbourne to Bundy," and there's just a hop, skip, and a jump to get over to Melbourne and to fly directly to. Had no idea that it existed. Then you go to book it, then you'd collapsed. It was. I remember that stuck. So, what do you think needs to be done?
It's comfortable, as I say, for the duopoly. Getting that third entrant into the market means that the duopoly have to work harder. They have to go searching for markets like Bundaberg. Between 2010 and 2019, so the start of COVID essentially, the number of low-cost routes operated in Australia did not change. So with all the population growth, all of the just low-cost traffic around the world growing fantastically, here in Australia we stood still. We stood still. And that was because there wasn't a competitive environment. We must change the competitive environment, and government, their part, is to actually be open hands rather than closed hands in terms of encouraging new entrants, maybe not listening quite as much to the duopoly. I'm absolutely confident that Qantas were listened to a lot more than I was listened to, even though we were the ones who were delivering the 65,000 customers who flew into and out of Albury, many of those people would not have flown if it wasn't for us being here. The nearly 1 million customers, I feel terrible every single morning, every single night about what happened to Bonza. I wake up in the morning and last thing at night I think about it. The one small saving grace for me is I know that nearly 1 million people travelled who potentially wouldn't have travelled if it wasn't for what we and the whole Bonza team were delivering. And we were doing something positive. We really were. And the big takeaway is the stimulation markets, the rate of stimulation that we saw as Bonza was the stimulation, and there is a graph in the submission. There's an aviation group that actually studied low-cost aviation growth in Europe and the rest of the world. They mapped the stimulation factors of more than 5,000 new airline routes around the world. Bonza's growth and stimulation factors sit exactly when plotted on the line of the rest of the world. So it is no longer debatable whether there is a market. There is definitely 100% a market. We know that, we showed that. It's now how we execute that. And it would be wrong of us not to execute that as a country.
And with your with Bonza's, when you started operating, you were using the 737 MAX. Was that the best aircraft that you could have chosen to run the business with? Did that cause any issues for you? Because I remember reading in your submission, Virgin, unfortunately, their training simulator was unavailable 24/7 for you, and you had to use pilots in training in Fiji. Was that the best aircraft that you could have used for back in the day, or?
That was, our investors had 737 MAX aircraft that they had acquired, and they were sitting during COVID, waiting for delivery. They, I'm guessing, managed to secure good rates for those. Those were the aircraft which were made available to us. What we were doing was hard. There was no doubt about it. The analogy I use is if the business plan called for 2 aircraft types, one a 70-seat turboprop for shorter markets, and 2 a mid-sized jet like the MAX aircraft. But the assumption was for both of those aircraft that they would be used. We never in our wildest dreams did we think that we would get new aircraft. Then 777 came along and we were offered these new aircraft. They were the aircraft available to us. Ideally, you launch with 70 seats. It's much easier to stimulate 60 customers than 160 customers. So the analogy I use is what we were aiming to do was actually, we were after the red shiny apple on the highest bough of the tallest apple tree.
Yep.
That's what we were going for first. Logically, you'd say, well, keep your feet on the ground, go with the 70-seat aircraft first, and reach up and get the apple on one of the lower boughs. That makes more sense. And yes, if 777 had the 70-seat aircraft, we'd have probably started there. They didn't. They had the 180-seat aircraft, and we still filled. And remember, when we started, we had the demand on these markets was close to 0. So we went from 0 to 130 customers on board. Do I wish that was 150? Yeah, we were really close. We were within $10 million of essentially making it. And I every day think about where that $10 million could have come from. Was it an extra $10 on the fares? Maybe. Was it not taking quite as long to get the Gold Coast aircraft approved? Yes, possibly. Was it, there's a whole list of scenarios I run through every single day in terms of that process. But in terms of the aircraft, those aircraft were the ones which were available to us, and we were stimulating to that. And there was a market most of the time.
Look, that's all for me. But look, thanks for your evidence today, and also thanks for giving it a crack. Like it was really telling. That Bonza was born on your patio. Looks after seeing a red kangaroo fly above and everything. Thanks for your evidence. It's been very helpful.
Thank you. We now have the evidence that this market exists. As I say, it would be wrong of us to turn our back on the evidence and actually not follow through and deliver this because it's needed. And I think that's understood.
Yeah. Thank you.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your evidence. Really interesting. For me, we're looking at a couple of case histories, different things. We saw you innovating new routes in that stimulation market. We saw Rex go or establish routes and not succeed in the way they'd wanted to too. What role? I mean, getting Bonza to the size you did, then there's the next step. What role does slot management and slot availability play in creating that third competitive player?
Slot management is important. Our original plan actually had the Bundaberg aircraft, for instance, going from Melbourne to Bundaberg back down to Sydney, and then back again on itself. So almost a W rotation. I had a side conversation with Sydney Airport. They said, don't worry about applying for slots. If it's tight in terms of the timetable, which it was, in terms of duty times, that would have been a long duty, but it was tight. And they basically said, if you want specific slots, you're not getting them. So we put a line through that Sydney Bundaberg and said, well, we'll just do Melbourne Bundaberg then, and we'll worry about Sydney slots later. We'll lobby government and we'll get some change. There was some change. Unfortunately, it's all a bit too late for all things Bonza. Slots are critical. It's not. I've seen some commentary recently about general slot availability. General slots really don't matter. Okay, having slots available at 9 o'clock at night, it's having slots, peak slots available at regular timings, which will enable a new entrant to work or not work, in the case of Sydney and other locations. So it's having that 7 a.m. slot available, having that 6 p.m. arrival slot available, and not being shunted to 9 o'clock in the evening or being inefficient when it comes to flowing the aircraft. That is what the slot coordinator absolutely needs to be managing and making sure there is not the arbitrary cancellations that sometimes happen with the duopoly in terms of some of those peak slots. That is where attention must be absolutely focused on to make sure that we as a country are maximising the use of that limited and scarce resource to its maximum.
Okay, now Senator McKenzie asked you about some policy changes and stuff like that. I'm going to go one step further. You've had your experiences, you've been through this, you've lived it, you're now a bit wiser. Warren Buffett finds out tomorrow that you're his long-lost son. He comes to you and say, what do you need to start this again and get it work? What do you ask for? What would you need, essentially, to redo this and feel a greater chance of success? How much? What backing and everything?
The opportunity is there right now. Right now. We know that. We've proved it. Rex had an opportunity there as well. The opportunity is there. It's going to take funding of $100 to $200 million. You're going to spend, before you open the door, you spend, depending how long it takes you, you spend $10 to $15 million on getting an airline operating certificate. So you're $15 million in the hole, and then you do this thing called operating. So you open the doors and you lose a lot of money because you're trying to stimulate brand new markets. And you're selling fares cheaper than what you normally would, but to make sure you raise the awareness of the business. So you open the doors, you lose some more money. You then eventually reach about a point of inflection on each of these markets whereby you can see forward bookings. And this is why we had confidence. So much, it's not about looking in the rearview mirror of an airline, it's about looking out the front. It's about looking at forward bookings which go 6 to 7 months ahead, and actually going, my goodness, we are 15 load factor points or 15 or 20% in terms of revenue above where we were previously. That's what we could see out the front. That's what this Australian investor saw in us. That's why we had the confidence that if we'd have been around towards the end of 2024, we would have made it. We were that close. So to answer your question, realistically, you need to actually make a difference on not only the routes that we were operating, but other routes. And what we did was not typical. We purposely wanted to avoid the duopoly, which is why we took a fairly different approach. But if you want to do a bit of both and actually get into some of these markets that we discovered, they're there, but also do some of the other, if you like, get in there and make it really quite interesting on some of the top 10 markets or top 15 or 20 markets, you need probably 100 to 200 million in terms of available capital, because you're going to take that long and you're going to burn through that amount of money before you reach a point of inflection, and you will have made it at that point and will be able to climb. That will take about 18 months in terms of operations. We were at 15 months and we had already reached our point of inflection in February 2024. We could see things improving, especially with forward bookings as well.
Okay, thank you, Chair. That was it.
Thank you.
So just to continue on from where Senator Cadell was, you're saying that in terms of the markets in Australia, and particularly in regional centres, who are looking for point-to-point opportunities, which is what you provided, say, from between Albury and Gold Coast, Bundaberg. There is capacity and scope to generate new business based on internationally proved models in the aviation sector here in this country.
3 years ago, it was based on international.
Yep.
Now it's based on Australian experience.
So you say so your view is that your experience, despite what happened to the airline,
what happened to our
which
investor?
was well, I was going to say based not necessarily within your control because it was your investor's decision, has proven what's happening globally here in Australia.
Absolutely, absolutely, and the data absolutely proves that what's happened many years ago in the rest of the world has happened here in Australia, and the market is sitting there waiting to be executed right now. 65,000 people into and out of Albury with an 84% load factor, 92% on Melbourne Bundaberg, 83% on Melbourne to Port Macquarie. Who would have thought about it? And we increased the capacity by 50% during that period.
So you not only introduced the service, you increased capacity on the service over the time that over your 15 months.
We in Albury, we actually started with 2 services a week to the Sunshine Coast. It was going so well, we added a third. We then started the Gold Coast to Albury with 3 services a week. So we went from 2 to 6 over that period, over in a little bit more than a year.
So you see the value proposition being, or part of the value proposition being a point-to-point service?
Yes. Yeah, we're already...
Rather than the hub and spoke service, which the traditional players operate?
Absolutely. We've ticked the box as a nation for hub and spoke carriers. We've got 2 very good ones.
Yep.
And as I say, they're doing the job that they need to do. Okay? This is about spending the weekend to go see friends and family, short trips at a price that Australia can afford. And that's...
But also logistically make a difference. So rather than having to drive 4 hours to Melbourne to catch an aircraft from Melbourne to the Sunshine Coast, you hop on one here, possibly within an hour or so, if reasonable radius of the Albury Airport.
Yeah, Mildura. Mildura is a really good example. Mildura, we were flying Melbourne to Mildura because there was a big enough market and we had aircraft time available. But we also flew Mildura to the Sunshine Coast and Mildura to the Gold Coast. The stimulation percentage on Mildura to the Sunshine Coast was greater than 2,000%. The market grew from 1,000 people a year, basically, to 22,000 people a year making that trip. This isn't This isn't about playing at the margins. This was about creating brand new markets. That is what this is about. And that is so good for anybody who comes into contact. I know that regional airports, many of them are losing money. The type of loss of $200,000 per annum, that is the equivalent of flying a 70-seat aircraft 3 times a week into and out of one of these locations. The amount of stimulation which is actually needed to turn those losses for regional airports into profits or break even or better is very, very small. That's how we should be addressing this, is market growth, not necessarily about putting more money from other government pockets. This is about how can we grow the pie for everybody. And that's what we can do with airlines like Bonza. That's what we were doing. History, Australian aviation shows us where there is a low-cost fare into or out of a city, the market is 3 times larger than where there is no low-cost fare into and out of the city. Data shows us that. Not Tim, the data, the historical data.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, so you, in that sense, had a mix of point-to-point that weren't in competition with the traditional players, but say Mildura to Melbourne certainly was. There's a long-standing service. Qantas, I think, had a base in Mildura.
Yep.
Qantas Link. So my next question is, what was the gorillas in the room's reaction to what you were doing? You weren't directly playing in their sandpit as such, because it was, but the people that you were picking up may very well have been going through the hub and spoke, but now had the opportunity to go direct. So for some of them, they would travel with you, others would travel, as you said, for the first time. What was the reaction that you had from the system, if you like, to what you were doing?
Qantas and Virgin would have seen very little to no impact from what we were doing in the market, because it was all price stimulated. So very few people who were travelling on Virgin and Qantas would have walked away from their frequent flyer benefits or lounge privileges or the habit that they had already formed to fly on Bonza. This was appealing to a new market. So the reaction we got was actually, other than Qantas phoning our pilots and offer them jobs or lobbying the media to write nasty stuff about us.
So there was a reaction.
That was the reaction, because it couldn't be a typical reaction, because 83% of our routes were not flown by the other guys.
So can I just ask you specifically, say Mildura to Melbourne, which, as I said, was a very established route. What did you see a reaction on that? I mean, obviously you're flying at a price point. They're flying, you're flying a jet. They're flying I think probably at that stage would have been a Q300. So a 50-seater, perhaps a 70-seater, but that would have been the aircraft that they were flying. Was there a price reaction? Did they do anything that in response to your appearance on that established route?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
Not that I recall, but you can be sure that on the days of the week, and we didn't fly every day. Okay. I think we flew Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And the Monday and the Friday, guess what, was stronger than the Wednesday. And that fit with the visiting friends and relatives.
So that's the business model for you that was successful?
Absolutely. This is about offering, out of Albury here, we offered a wonderful service on a Friday afternoon, non-stop to the Sunshine Coast, and then back on a Monday afternoon. It worked. It worked beautifully, which enabled us to then add the Wednesday service, which we knew we wouldn't be quite as good, but it just added capacity because the first 2 services were packed.
So stay for 4 days, stays for 6 days?
Absolutely, just more options, more choices, and it gave us confidence to actually add the Gold Coast into the equation as well. And of course, further down the line, we'd love to have done Albury to Sydney as well. That was certainly in the plans down the line to actually offer, because it's not about offering like the 2 airlines I have over my house every morning. They're offering same. This is about different.
So in terms of the established market, this is effectively developing the market for regional Australia on a point-to-point basis, rather than the traditional hub and spoke, which is what we all live with on a regular basis if we're looking to get around the country.
Absolutely. As I say, that position is filled. This one is not.
Yeah. So how does the new entrant then impact on that broader market over time? Is it a matter of waiting until that additional player builds strength to be able to take on some of those more sacred routes, if you want to call them that?
There is an element of you start, and as I say, we started absolutely consciously sidestepping the duopoly. Somebody new coming in, there should be an element of, does it make sense for you to be the fourth or fifth carrier on a market? No, that's hard. What's your proposition? If you're the second or third carrier, that's easier. That's certainly easier. In time, do you actually have interline agreements with international airlines flying into Australia? Yes. Would international airlines want to actually collaborate with a third entrant? Yeah, I suspect some of the on fares that they get charged by the duopoly currently are not that great. When you've got a choice, and the choice is one of the two, and in many cases for regional Australia, the choice is one. Some of those fare levels that probably Qantas get to see from international carriers inbound, they're probably quite high. So a third entrance into the market would also likely, they would certainly increase the competition and reduce the fares for that on carriage, which in turn will grow the market into regional centres for sure.
And in terms of regional infrastructure, regional airports, that additional capacity and throughput that you were providing would also in time have made a significant contribution to their amortisation costs for their infrastructure.
We have some wonderful airports across the country. Some of them recently upgraded with now no service whatsoever. There's one near me at Grafton. Beautiful airport. Nobody flies there. But there are other areas across the country, Latrobe Valley, 200, 300,000 people, and there's no air service unless you drive 3 hours back on yourself if you wanted to be going to Sydney. Crazy stuff. We are very, very underdeveloped when it comes to aviation. But yes, Bonza and airlines like Bonza allow the, essentially, as we did here, we were flying about 25% of Albury Airport's capacity. At the end, about 25% of the traffic was coming in on our beautiful purple aircraft. That's very significant. And as I say, the average loss in some of these locations at $200,000, that's the equivalent of 3 times a week flying a 70-seat aircraft into a location. The ability to get to break even isn't far away from some of these regional airports, and an airline or airlines could absolutely make that much easier.
Okay, all right. We might leave it there, I think. Senator Cadell, did you have something final?
Just one quick follow-up. You speak about how you're avoiding the fight with the big guys by staying under the radar, staying out of their way to start off on these establishing routes. Sooner or later, they were going to see you making a profit or see you at your inflection point and decide that they had to engage. Is that another obstacle? The phase one, I get that was a plan and that went well. What happens in phase two when they decide you are worth the bother of coming after?
I guess at that point we've developed a degree of credibility in the market. So the Sunshine Coast, that was our home base location. We actually flew Sunshine Coast to Melbourne. Now on a limited ability, and it was mainly there. I was very sceptical of it because it was picking a fight, being the fourth carrier in there with Qantas and Virgin and Jetstar, and we actually carried an 83% load factor on that particular market, because we had loyalty from the 400,000 people on and around the Gold Coast, the Sunshine Coast, who actually said, this is our airline. We can fly them to Townsville, we can fly them to Mackay, we can now fly them to Melbourne. So they did, and they loved the service. So what happens is gradually over time, you build up sufficient credibility and loyalty, whereby you should be able to retain and actually fight your corner a little bit more readily than what you would do as a step one in the process.
Thanks, Senator Cadell. Thank you, Mr. Jordan, for your evidence. We appreciate your time today. If you've taken any questions, I notice if we could have that information back, and I'm not sure that you did, by Thursday the 30th of April. Thank you for appearing before the community today.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now welcome representatives from Regional Development Australia, New South Wales and ACT.
ACT, fascinating.
Good morning. Yeah, still good morning. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please give us your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Hi, I'm Kylie King. I'm Chair of Regional Development Australia, Murray.
Hello, my name is Brett Stonestreet. I'm Chair of Regional Development Australia, Riverina.
My name is Teresa O'Dwyer and I'm the Director of Regional Development and the Executive Officer of RDA Sydney.
Sorry, RDA Sydney?
Yeah, our remit is to support the regions. We don't actually focus.
You're, Ms. O'Dwyer,
Sorry.
You're going to have to pull that a lot closer to you.
Sorry.
No one can hear you.
The RDA Sydney's remit is to support the RDAs, the regional RDAs across New South Wales and ACT. We're like a concierge service. We actually collate or provide a collective view across New South Wales and ACT, and that submission is an example of that.
Okay, thank you. Opening statements. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Thank you.
And then we'll go to questions from colleagues.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Senators, for inviting RDA New South Wales and ACT Network to appear today. Our network spans the 13 regions across New South Wales and the ACT. We work closely with communities, industry and all levels of government, and the message from our regions is consistent and urgent that regional aviation is an essential service and its current fragility is undermining equitable access to the fundamentals of daily life. Since mid-2024, as you know, the sector has experienced compounding shocks. We've heard from Bonza, Rex's administration, as we know, Qantas Link's closure of regional crew bases and rising security and regulatory costs. Now, these pressures, we argue, have exposed and intensified long-standing structural inequities in the cost and reliability of regional air services. In other words, it's not new. The evidence from New South Wales that all our members have gathered is stark. Airfares have risen dramatically, 289% in Coffs Harbour, 75.5% in Tamworth, 52.2% in Albury, far beyond inflation. Flight frequencies remain below pre-COVID levels, even where demand has recovered. And critically, frequency alone does not guarantee meaningful access. For regional travellers, the real test is whether flights operate at times that support medical appointments, business travel, education and family connection, and whether those flights are reliable. Service reductions are now affecting essential services. Narrabri's route loss has pushed return fares above $1,000. Albury's loss of services has forced overnight stays for locum doctors. Broken Hill faces high fares and reduced frequency that undermines specialist service provision. These are not isolated incidents. They reflect a systemic pattern across New South Wales and the ACT. And in the current geopolitical instability, Australia has been reminded that sovereign capability and resilience depend on reliable internal connectivity.
Thank you, Kylie, and I'll just continue on. Regional airports are also under strain with high fixed regulatory and security costs and low passenger volumes and limited non-aeronautical revenue. And if questioned later, I do have a proposal with respect specifically to an idea for non-aeronautical revenue. These things make many routes and airports commercially marginal. As our submission notes, around 60% of regional airports operate at a loss, requiring councils to cross-subsidise essential aviation infrastructure, and with rate pegging and the like across many jurisdictions, that makes that very difficult. Griffith Airport is a practical example, with the Department of Home Affairs is considering the reclassification of that airport from Category 3 to a Category 2. If that occurs, council may face capital costs exceeding $1 million and annual operational costs of around $800,000 to $1 million per annum. For a regional airport of this scale, that is substantial and potentially a disproportionate burden. In our original submission, we emphasised that targeted, scalable policy measures can restore confidence and reliability. We continue to recommend equity-based modelling, a uniform national security levy, recurrent airport funding, and strengthened minimum service standards on regulated routes. These are practical, implementable reforms that address immediate pressures and help stabilise the system. However, the evidence now points to a broader structural challenge. Short-term fixes alone will not deliver the resilience that regional Australia requires. That is why we support the development of a dedicated regional airline strategy, one that recognises that some routes and service levels are strategically important to the nation, even when they're not always commercially robust. Such a strategy must address route security, airport capability, workforce pipelines, fleet and maintenance capacity, fuel resilience, recurrent airport funding, and fairer treatment of unavoidable security costs. These two approaches are complementary. Targeted, scalable policy measures can stabilise the system now. A dedicated regional airline strategy can secure its long-term resilience. Together they form a coherent national response that aligns with Australia's sovereignty, capability, self-reliance and resilience. Thank you, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you for your evidence. How is this regional aviation strategy that you outline, Mr. Stonestreet, different to the approach taken by, say, the Western Australian or the Queensland state governments on, regulating some routes over others?
I cannot comment with respect to those other strategies, but what I can say is that it has become very apparent with recent geopolitical stresses that the sovereignty capability of Australia is very, very important, and to have more than just single, immediate, one-off responses will not reinforce the future of our country. So by looking at a regional holistic strategy that will look at a lot of factors that may not have results in the immediate term, but in the medium to long term will have results.
Okay, so I might have some questions on notice around the passenger movement charge split, etc. Has Regional Development Australia, New South Wales and ACT done any economic analysis around not just aviation service provision benefit, but when those services are withdrawn, what the local impact is, rather than hard data around that?
Happy to take some...
So do I?
I certainly know that the Mildura Wentworth community, their Chamber of Commerce, rallied the troops quite early on.
going specifically to RDA.
Yeah, and we've got a board member involved on that who's been feeding in intel.
Thank you.
We did do some background research around this, and we mainly went through local governments and through the health system. The health system and the impact of having reduced flights, availability of workforce and things like that.
But not an economic analysis?
No, not a broad-based economic analysis.
Okay. You mentioned security levies. Do you have a proposal? There's been some proposals sort of put forward on how to fund that. You mentioned the issues at Griffith, going from a 3 to a 2. What does that actually mean in real terms to all the people listening at home to this inquiry, and why is it a problem?
Thank you. Referring specifically to the Griffith example, the capital cost of converting the terminal, if you like, to accommodate baggage and passenger security in itself, if the footprint of the building didn't require increasing, but it was just equipment to put in place, approximately $1 million.
Right.
Okay, for the equipment to make that happen. If there was the footprint of the building was insufficient size, then of course $2 million or thereabouts to increase the size of the building. In addition,
with no increase in service provision?
No increase in service provision. With that particular airport, it is serviced by 2 airlines, Qantas and Rex. If there would be the challenge, if that was converted to a level 2, then there's the dilemma of whether security screening would apply to both airlines' passengers or just the Qantas airline. But that's a question, I think, for the local community to determine. The operational cost, in addition to the capital cost, $800,000 per year to $900,000 to $1 million per year to operate the security screening.
And how likely is it that that upgrade is going to... Who determines whether that upgrade has to occur?
Yep. The Department of Home Affairs, Canberra, make that decision. As I understand, there are several criteria, but that council has been approached in terms of 2 specific criteria, which is swaying their decision. Firstly is the number of passengers through the airport per annum. Secondly, the maximum number of passengers on a plane per annum. With the Qantas plane, that triggers the number of passengers per plane, that triggers that. And with recovery after COVID, the 30,000 passenger trigger has been exceeded.
And what has the Labor Party said about assisting the community of Griffith with what looks like in excess of $1 million to get it up and going, and an ongoing cost to ratepayers of close to another $1 million per annum? Is there a regional security program that Griffith can apply for out of Canberra? What's the Labor Party going to do to help this community?
There used to be, there was,
yes,
at a point in time.
I do recall.
There was a grant program to assist with implementation of those requirements. There no longer is. So returning that program, that grant-funded program from the Commonwealth would help.
Have you requested that of the Labor Party?
I'm speaking not as from the council, I'm speaking from RDA. I don't know whether the council has approached them.
But surely RDA's job is to join up communities with government. Used to be. We used to have a strong line of RDA representatives marching into ministers' doors to make sure we were very well aware of communities' concerns and needs from right around the country. Are you saying that doesn't happen anymore?
We do need to continue that lobbying process. We do need to be stronger on that, to look at reintroduction of that fund. I do have, if I was asked the question...
That won't help with the ongoing costs to the Griffith community, will it?
No, it wouldn't. I could comment about my proposal, if you wish to hear it, that I mentioned in the opening remarks.
Well, if it's somehow going to cover the funding deficit that's not going to require ratepayers, how would we pay for this?
The proposal I'm suggesting is that the federal government distributes financial assistance grants to the local government sector across the nation.
Oh, this is the 1% of GDP.
This is the same fund that I'm referring to. There are two. There is the Australian Local Government Association are lobbying for an increase of the current funding back to the equivalent of 1% of national revenue. What I am proposing is that the formula itself be further examined. 30% of the fund is allocated, is a base payment.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Stone Street. I completely agree with you, and I'm going to get the Shadow Assistant Minister for Regional Development, Jamie Chaffey, who is my Assistant Shadow, to meet you to discuss this, because we do need a change to the funding formula for local councils. I'm not sure it will assist to this extent, but we absolutely, because there's a lot of potholes out there that need fixing thanks to state and federal governments' underinvestment over time. But I will get Jamie to give you a call, because I think absolutely we need to change this formula to better reflect the needs of particularly small regional councils across the country.
All I would say is if that formula was changed to phase out the 30% base payment, in New South Wales alone, that would result in approximately $80 million per annum being reallocated to other LGAs. That would return...
Outside of Sydney, amen.
Outside of the metropolitan area, the elected councillors who are faced with balancing budgets would therefore have a supplementary source of revenue, possibly to transfer into airport operations.
Excellent, thank you. Expect a call, because we want to develop a policy to that effect. I don't have any further questions, thank you.
Senator DeLuga.
Thanks very much, and thanks for your attendance today and for your evidence. How should policymakers, and this is just to give you an opportunity to contribute, how should policymakers distinguish between routes that are commercially contestable and those that are strategically important for regional access?
You go. You might have a... Well, I guess we've got... Yeah, sorry, it's an
Hey, yeah.
between us we can potentially bounce off, but I think that equity-based modelling that we're talking about, it's the one-size-fits-all approach is not going to be helpful. So if we're able to look at the communities, because the data can be a bit tricky, it can be, oh, this service isn't being supported by community, therefore it's not profitable and we should not sort of encourage further investment into this particular route. But as we've argued, it could be the flight times, the reliability. For example, the Albury flight, for many years was very successful with Rex from Albury to Melbourne and vice versa, because you had the early times, you had a return on the same day. Now Qantas came in and the market was perhaps not as profitable for Rex, who left the market. Times changed of those flights. So a lunchtime flight into and out of Melbourne and Albury all of a sudden doesn't become viable. On paper it looks like it's not well served, but the reality is it's the frequency of the slots. So part of our approach is the one case fits all doesn't work, so a form of mechanism to do a deeper dive into those areas that research tells us where you've got renewable energy zones. I think Brett's got a great example at Colliamberley and some pressures there, and the data can give you a bit more evidence when we take that realistic approach, and I imagine that would give greater guidance to government in terms of the policy settings that might be required for those urgent and essential routes.
If I could comment further with regard to Kylie's mention of renewable energy zones, there is significant investment in regional New South Wales, which is essentially providing the answer to this state's renewable energy transition. Huge capital expenditure, and that has started, but there's a long rollout of that still to occur. So you've got a lot of expertise that needs to come into those regional centres to deliver that output, that CapEx infrastructure and ongoing operational function on the ground. So those regional airports, if they're remaining there and they're strong and able to take to and from those fly-in, fly-out expertise, it further facilitates that renewable energy zone rollout.
Prior to the Qantas route being cancelled, what were do you know the times of the flights that they were operating?
It was approximately a 6 a.m. I think Senator Mackenzie possibly would have been a flyer from time to time as well, but certainly 6:15 a.m.
Something like that, and then we could get out sort of, was it 7:30?
Yeah, 7:30, 8 o'clock.
7:45. So you're home in time.
Yeah, that's true. And the flow-on effect from that, Senator, is there would be many health professionals, and particularly in the Mildura market, I mean, that's a huge issue as well, it was easy for them to come for the day, to do what they need to do, to fly back. But Mildura in particular is, I mean, I know I'm digressing, is quite a telling tale, really. The CEO of Mildura Base Hospital has met with the community and has mentioned to them that their specialist surgeons no longer fly in from Adelaide to Mildura because there is no service and it's not effective for them to travel the 4 to 5 hours by road to see patients. So that is an absolute real example of that. But in terms of the times from the Albury flight, very successful for many years. My chiropractor, he lives in Melbourne and is one example who would fly in and stay for the week and fly out Friday, knew he could get that reliability of service. And now the idea that you could potentially get a free train trip on V-Line and good luck trying to find a seat to deliver those services is problematic.
Absolutely. We can use the evidence from this today for our inquiry yesterday into health in regional Australia. Scary.
Touché.
We also have heard evidence from King Island as well. Pathology. If the flights are cancelled, you can't get the bloods out and everything to go back to. So we understand that.
The only difference is, I guess, this is a catchment of 250,000 people.
I guess,
Yeah. But geography shouldn't matter in access to service, of course.
And to further add Mildura, you've got the tri-state issues. If you think, two borders are problematic enough, you've got you could try three, and very remote, as are many other communities, but quite a huge economic driver, as you'd imagine, with the horticulture industry as well.
And where have you seen examples of regional aviation that works really well? Or have you got an example?
Well, hearing the last of the Bonza testimony was an example where it had that example that if the prices are right, the frequencies, and to be fair, they probably could have charged a little more is the feedback I get from the community, and they still would have supported it. So I think it did show if you've got the frequencies, you've got the right times, the right destinations, our regional communities will embrace it, and they did. So I think that was an example, that point-to-point. Yes, it was specifically targeting, I guess, the leisure travel market, but that particularly worked well. In its heyday, Albury has worked well. You've had Virgin, you've had Rex, you've had Qantas. Choice of flights, such a big hub for a catchment of 200 to 300,000 people. I think that service did generally work quite well. I'm not sure if there are other examples that others would like to share. But yes, we had great slots into Sydney generally. For all hosts of... I moved to Albury from Melbourne because I had access to a regional airport that allowed me to continue my career as a motor racing reporter, as long as I could get to motor racing tracks all around the country. And so that was a good, 20 years ago.
Right, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Your description of the scheduling of flights, particularly out of this region over time by Qantas, starts to send shivers down my spine of the banking inquiry, where the schedule was changed or the opening days were changed to 2 or 3 days a week, and opening times that were difficult for people to get there, and so people didn't go into the bank, and so the bank said this bank's not viable anymore, so we're going to close it. I've got to say, when I was listening to your evidence in relation to what Qantas had done here, where you've gone from a daily schedule effectively, which you had with Rex 2 or 3 times a day, morning and evening in particular, to facilitate business travel, which is important, to 2 or 3 days a week, and then a lunchtime flight, which is not convenient for basically anyone really. It doesn't facilitate. So it shows the importance of the schedule and also the timing of the flights, and connectivity I would have thought would have been important to you as well.
You've summed it up perfectly, and if my recollection is right, when Qantas did come in, rather than having a slightly later time, it was competing at the same time initially. So, you know, you've got 2 services departing at very similar times. So I don't think that was helpful for the longevity of Rex, I'm suggesting. I'm not privy to their commercial arrangements, but I would have thought that was problematic, and if Qantas are able to offer a reduced price and the points that come with flying.
I mean, Rex had its own problems. Sorry, Mr. Stonestreet.
I was just going to comment in terms of the Griffith example. For years, Rex has been the provider of RPT services, a very strong sector for New South Wales. At one point in time, up to 6 services per day.
It's a good service.
It was. The number of services now have dropped. Qantas did take up the option, currently running a Q400, but again the timing of that departure per day of 9:30 takes that down and back option out, and so, you know...
That slots into Sydney though, because it's outside of the peak, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
From the customer though, they have those down and back, whether it's business or medical appointments and the like, to avoid overnight stays in Sydney and the like.
Which adds to the cost of living in regional.
They stick with Rex because they're down early and back.
Yeah, okay. That's true. Very much sounds like a corporate business model, the way that they've worked their way through this. You mentioned the impact of rate pegging. Could you expand on that for us, please?
Mm-hmm. Most jurisdictions in Australia have rate pegging. I can only speak in terms of New South Wales. Rate pegging is implemented by IPART each year, Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal, a range of factors that go into that. But basically, the local government sector believes that the rate pegging limit that's set annually does not actually meet the annual real cost of operating local government services, and so when you have price spikes in the local government sector, the councils, probably 85% to 90% of local governments in New South Wales in the last 10 years have had what they call a special rate variation increase, which means an application to IPART to raise rates higher than the published rate peg. The local government industry says that rate pegging is broken and needs to be reformed, but it's not likely to be eliminated. That's being pragmatic, but the costs to run a council are significant, and the rate peg does not meet those costs.
So does ownership of an airport, which is a significant piece of infrastructure, how does that get taken into account as a part of the rate pegging process? It's almost like you're in a financial pincer movement.
Local government, there is an option each year for a specific council to put in a disability, undue disability factor into their submission to the Grants Commission. Can I say that the guidelines for getting an additional payment through that Grants Commission are all but negligible, and so a lot of councils are getting close to being able to fund the cash cost to their ratepayer, close to funding the cash cost, But in terms of replacement of infrastructure, that is another whole different scenario.
So this goes to the depreciation requirements
Depreciation.
under national accounting rules.
The depreciation, in addition to the cash cost to operate the airport, revenue does not meet those costs. And the Senator referred earlier to a grant program that used to be there for implementing the likes of security screening and the like, was there, but it's not there now.
So if we're looking to resolve some of these issues, the provision of a support program that would assist with the installation of security screening equipment, you'd obviously got your key airport infrastructure costs, but also the operational costs, but a way to amortise those more broadly rather than just focused on that local airport would be a fairer way of pricing those services?
For me, I think that the best bang for buck in that regard would be a subsidy towards the ongoing operational costs. I appreciate the capital expenditure for the equipment is there.
The scary thing for me, that though, in my experience, is that subsidies never guarantee a price.
Yep.
You know, I've seen a lot of subsidies swallowed into
And we've doubled our
dark spaces
numbers.
and not into service delivery. So I'm trying to think of, I've given you my general perspective. So how do we find a way to make sure that there's some fairness in the cost that people pay? So, you know, if all the costs that you've talked about in delivering screening services at a regional airport, and it might be $1.5 million to put the kit in, another X couple, 3 for the building, if it needs modification, then you've got an annual one of $1.5 million just to run everyone through it. And that may be 10 or 15, 20 bucks per ticket, if that little, to pay for the service, whereas at Melbourne Airport it's $2 or $3. So how do we provide some equalisation into that? And is there a way that, in your view, that we could do that? I'm assuming that you're saying we should, but have a fair price for that service of security, which is one thing we all want to see when we put our backside in an aircraft seat. Ensure that the number of landings equals the number of takeoffs. But do you see a system to do that?
2 options that I would suggest. Kylie might wish to speak as well. First is to have a uniform national security levy, which is essentially a cost sharing across metropolitan flights and regional flights. Yes, it's a cost, but if it's uniform across all passenger movements across the nation, that would essentially amortise the cost per ticket down to something that's reasonable, but still provide a benefit for those, I suppose, lower usage, more vulnerable airports in the regions. So the uniform charge, and secondly is the re-look at the financial assistance grant 30% minimum payment that goes to metropolitan councils.
So we already have a passenger movement charge which raises something in the order of $1 billion or 1.1 billion a year, half of which, 500 million, goes back into consolidated revenue. Would you, rather than raising a new tax, so I'll demonstrate another one of my aversions, additional taxes, what about that money that's already paid by travellers being utilised for the provision of security screening services across the country?
Hence the justification of having a regional airline strategy. If that's put down on the table and thoroughly researched and justified the importance of regional airports to the future of Australia, then
the critical nature of regional airports.
Then to justifies reallocation of some funds.
So have we just all had honestly, the Labor government did a aviation white paper process for years. Did the RDAs put a submission into that asking for a regional aviation section of that? Like, we've had a government that's gone out and consulted on this for years and delivered some bits of paper and not a lot of change. Are you happy with... That's my opinion as a National Party senator and the Shadow Transport spokesperson. Are the RDAs, New South Wales and ACT, saying that they're happy with the white paper process that the government ran, or do they not like it and want a new process? Because that's what I'm understanding the evidence to us today to be.
We both went on the RDA network during that process. Therese perhaps can give a response at that time.
Did the RDA put a submission in?
Not from New South Wales.
The ACT?
Oh, ACT.
Or is that one thing?
That's one thing, yeah. But what we have done since that time is actually put forward a proposal to Ministers King and McBain regarding regional air services as well. And we've also...
and what did they say?
They suggested that we also put in a submission to the productivity commissions, which we have done as a state as well. Okay. And some of that proposal talks about that modelling that about security levies and things like that in that model as well.
Is that evidence in your submission that you've put in?
No, it's...
Could you just send that through to the committee as well? Because I think that would be really helpful to go to the granularity that Mr Stone Street's wanting to unpack. Then we could have the submission that you've given to the Productivity Commission and we would have that data.
Totally.
Yeah,
yep.
that would be great.
And I think we were taking a proactive stance
we were.
Prior to these commissions of inquiry coming out with the picture fairer airfares for regional Australia was
that was it.
It's
the
just
direction.
very frustrating, I guess, for all of us that live in the regions, including you, that this is something that's being consulted on widely and we are still in the same situation in our communities.
Yes, I think if we recognise that regional airports do provide critical national infrastructure, it's incumbent upon the government to invest appropriately and accordingly.
Thank you. Good space to leave it. Any further questions? No? Thank you. Can I thank you very much for your evidence today. Look forward to receiving your homework, which we would like to receive by the 30th of April. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from Dronamics Airlines Australia Proprietary Limited. Good afternoon. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you give us your name and the capacity in which you appear today, and then we'll go to questions.
Sure. Thank you, Mr Chair and Senators. My name is Gavin Gomes. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer globally for Dronamics Airlines and also Dronamics Airlines Australia.
I'm Kim Anquetil, General Manager for Dronamics Airlines Australia.
Would you like to give us an opening statement, please?
I'll let my colleague Kim start and I'll finish.
Chair and Senators, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. We represent Dronamics Airlines Australia, a cargo-only, remotely piloted aviation operator. Our submission is about utilising advanced technology to move freight more efficiently and reliably to and from regional and remote communities. The starting point for our paper is a simple observation. Regional freight currently moves largely by road from capital city hubs. That model creates weaknesses for rural and remote communities as they are more exposed to weather-driven disruption and rising fuel costs than their metropolitan counterparts. We put forward a model based on the Dronamics Black Swan remotely piloted medium payload cargo aircraft operated from a centralised network control centre. These aircraft are designed to operate from shorter runways with minimal airport infrastructure. Our submission outlines three main areas of benefit. First, economics and competition. We see that for businesses introducing regular air freight options at currently under-serviced locations has the potential to support growth in sectors such as agriculture, resources, manufacturing and e-commerce. Also, a freight network of regional airports could support hundreds of direct and indirect jobs in local supply chains. Secondly, resilience and essential services. During disasters, rural and remote communities can become isolated with rail and roads cut. Remotely piloted aircraft can offer a lifeline during these times by continuing to deliver communities with critical supplies and ensure resilience. Thirdly, industry capability and sovereignty. The medium-sized cargo-only aircraft we operate and manufacture can be an anchor for the advanced manufacturing ecosystem in Australia. Our submission identifies that realising these benefits depends on two things: government support in coordinating key stakeholders and targeted support to de-risk our early deployment. The message of our paper is that now is the opportunity to innovate how we move freight and critical supplies to and from regional and remote communities. Remotely piloted freight can deliver that shift, turning underutilised airports into logistics nodes, offering reliability for regional communities, improving resilience for essential services and rebuilding elements of sovereign aerospace capability. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear.
I'd like to make a small statement based on not our paper but on ambition and Australia's ambition. Australia's been forged and its modern identity on those of pioneers like Sir Kingsford Smith and Freda Thompson. They looked at our vast disconnected landscape and geography not as a barrier but as a challenge to be solved through flight. The scale of aviation in Australia is not an essential not just a luxury, it's an essential service and a primary tool for national equity. We believe we are now standing on the next threshold of aviation, and that tyranny of distance is a very reality for many Australians today. And what our pioneers fought for, we now have the opportunity to solve. We can solve that for regional and remote communities who still face higher costs, greater isolation, and much more than their metropolitan counterparts. By embracing advanced, remotely piloted aircraft and other such technologies, we can pioneer 21st century aviation and have a 21st century ambition. This is not just about moving freight, it's about using breakthroughs in automation and technology and aerospace to serve our national interests, to rebuild a sovereign manufacturing capability and ensure that every Australian citizen, regardless of their postcode, is connected to the essential supplies, services and economic opportunities that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Lega.
Thanks very much, and thanks for appearing today. And obviously your business model and your business is about freight rather than passenger aviation, but I've been having a look at some of the planes and technology on your website as you were speaking. It's quite fantastic, really, looking at it. In your submission, you say that you talk about regional airports being underutilised. What characteristics makes your business model suitable for regional airports?
Yeah, I might take the first part of that. Kim, Senators, thanks for the question. Firstly, you need to look at the pixelation of the aircraft. So our aircraft carry up to 350 kilos of freight. So think of it as a 6-seater Cessna is probably the best comparison of the size of the aircraft with slightly larger wings, which means we need smaller runways, minimal infrastructure to make those aircraft cost effective. Also, our pilots can be located regionally, so we don't need to move pilots to remote locations. That makes it much more economical to run. And on the other side, when you talk about freight, connecting small pixelated freight to services where you have last mile delivery, we just need a man in a van, so to speak, to deliver that freight. So things like Amazon and moving freight from Mildura to a small regional airport like Echuca becomes quite economically viable because you're only moving one van load of freight at a time, which means your frequency can also be accelerated.
And so this is your business model is picking up on an additional demand in the freight sector. Like, so you're not taking away from, say, the other freight operator. You're complementing a new and emerging business needs. Is that right? Or
it'll be a little bit of both. So we are definitely focusing on that middle mile piece that is traditionally covered by that white van size courier. And we can certainly deliver in shorter timeframes and, again, that higher frequency. So that will certainly take some of those vehicles off the road as part of our model, but also once those regional and remote communities understand that a service is available to them, it's reliable, it's regular, we see that in turn will actually stimulate further economic use cases for these aircraft.
So now, I'll also add to that, you need to reimagine the current freight model. So today you need a hub and spoke model, and typically those hubs are in large capital cities and they have large facilities. And in fact, the world has driven that freight model to exactly that, bigger facilities, bigger processing. And I used to be the General Manager for Australia Post Parcel Services. So from that perspective, this changes that whole model. Suddenly you can not have the hub and everything moving through that hub, and you can go from spoke to spoke much more efficiently and in a faster time frame.
And so what are some of the barriers to deployment in Australia?
So I think the key barrier to deployment, given we have global opportunities, is really the ambition for Australia and the complexities of moving through federal, state, local government, as well as the regulator. Now, we are friendly in terms of our regulatory environment. We have regulatory approval through EASA, which Australia cooperates very well with. We're on JARIS, which is a consortium of over 64 nations coming together on drone regulations. So I think it's that national coordination and then the ability for government to actually not provide subsidies, as is often the ask, but provide opportunities for investors to have certainty about the future. So an example of that I know there is significant subsidies given to the delivery of mail for regional customers, and that costs the government. It costs the citizens of Australia. There's opportunities for that to be done more efficiently and cheaper.
And how safe is the technology, and does storms affect the being able to remote pilot the aircraft? Or
I'll let Kim talk about.
Yeah.
The aircraft and its systems are built to a very robust standard with a view that we will be achieving the European EASA certification standards. And this has very much been demonstrated through our successful flight testing program that's currently in place in Europe. So just like any aircraft, it is susceptible to weather. As far as the communication standards go between our remote pilots and the aircraft, that's simply done through radio frequency and satellite communication. So as long as there's no interference with those, and we have very strict security protocols around those areas of communication, it operates essentially as an aircraft you would see today.
I think just to add to that, the expectation of the public is that aviation is safe. Our approach to safety is we will meet the same standards as the aviation regulator demands for freight transport. In addition to that, because of the size of our aircraft, we have a ballistic parachute on board, for example. So if something does happen, the aircraft can actually come down, whereas you can't do that with a 737 or a much larger aircraft.
And training for the pilots, and how different is that to, say, for somebody for a smaller aircraft?
Incredibly similar. We currently employ a number of pilots who have come from airline backgrounds, and as we progress with the expansion of our operation, the skill set for the way we operate will actually become a lot more simplified for the pilot, to the point that they'll actually be able to manage multiple aircraft at one time. So it's a slightly different skill set to what you would see now in the pilot training, but it's actually going to open up those opportunities for people who perhaps in the past weren't able to become pilots because of the limitations and the strict restrictions around what you needed to be a pilot. We can actually now open that up to people of various abilities to start flying these aircraft as well.
And winning over public support as well for unmanned aircraft such as these. And you sort of had me a little bit concerned there when you mentioned pilots piloting multiple aircraft. At least we can, in a plane you've got one or two pilots, you're there and you know that you have their eyes on the ball the whole time. How do you plan to win over the public about the safetyness of pilots potentially managing multiple aircraft?
Yeah, and that's probably a safety advantage that we have. Where we have a network operations centre, we would actually have multiple pilots in the room. So should one aircraft require more attention in the event of an emergency, they can hand those additional aircraft over to the other pilots and deal with the emergency at hand. So that's how we manage that.
Just to add to that answer, we propose engaging quite deeply with local communities, and in fact we have done so with a number of communities who very much support more freight, more regular services. In fact, 92% of airports around the world don't have a scheduled freight service. So they can't reliably say my Amazon parcel is going to get here today, let alone my medical supply, my pharmaceutical goods, those kind of things. In terms of that support, we are only freight. So if something were to go wrong, again we have that safety mechanism being the parachute, but again it's freight that is impacted, not so much people. And I think the public acceptance, the pathway to automated flight, unlike self-driving cars, is very much freight first, and then prove it safe, and then move towards passenger flight.
Thanks very much.
Thanks. So I'm just trying to get my head around how this, I suppose, slots in but contributes to the viability of a regional airport. But from what you're saying, it's that extra utilisation which then makes that further contribution. What sort of ground support's required at either end, apart from the person who unloads the van and reloads the van? What's the logistical support that's required in terms of supporting the network?
Thank you, Senator. So when you pixelate aircraft from a 737 to much smaller aircraft, you need many more of them. So we envisage several hundred aircraft are required in Australia just for this kind of service. So you need ground crews to unload and reload. You need maintenance staff. Aircraft will have to be parked somewhere of an evening. They all don't come back to a centralised hub. So we envisage both direct and indirect jobs, as well as manufacturing jobs, as a result of building an autonomous freight network, or at least a remotely piloted freight network.
So how does that manifest somewhere that might have an airstrip but is relatively remote? I mean, it becomes part of another service provision, I suppose, for a local small business.
That's correct. So, for example, there will be someone delivering last mile freight for Amazon or Australia Post, or there'll be a contractor doing that. That will be additional services for that person in the last mile. There might be someone maintaining locally based aircraft, and again we're talking light aircraft kind of size, not heavy aircraft. That's additional work for that particular person. There will be packing opportunities, and there'll be local industry that will start because now you're connecting community to community. And that is not available today because the tax for those businesses, those individuals, to get freight to and from their locations is excessive.
Completely lost my train of thought there, off the back of your answer. What jurisdictions are these registered in right now?
The aircraft itself?
Yeah.
So currently...
What level of utilisation are we talking about?
Yeah, so we're currently undergoing flight testing at the moment. We've built 3 aircraft that are undergoing flight testing. They're based currently in Bulgaria, but they have EASA approval, so that's all of the European Union. And plus 4 countries aside from that. We also have dual export control licenses for Europe, the US, Canada and Australia.
But will CASA let you fly them?
So we're working with CASA, and CASA, if we make an application, we will work with CASA to do so. The good news about that is the regulatory environment for EASA and CASA work quite cooperative, and they will talk to each other. So some of the flight testing we're doing over there, CASA will look at. We may not necessarily have to do all of that testing again over here, but locally based requirements there will be some.
So what's your time frame on this? Do you see? What's your...
There's quite another number of pieces of the puzzle that will have to come together, and part of that is us talking to you here today and driving that government support that we see for not only us, the organisation Dronamics, but also the broader remotely piloted community. With government support, with us establishing key clients here within Australia, potentially additional partnerships, then that time frame can shift left or right of arc.
Well, the big question mark is the regulatory framework piece, isn't it, really? I mean, what time does it take you to get through the regulatory process would be the key point on the critical path?
So this particular size of aircraft, the large UAS aircraft, is a case-by-case scenario with CASA. We have been working very closely with the director, Pip Spence, and her team around this particular issue. Again, our model doesn't require big, large cities like unmanned passenger aircraft or eVTOL aircraft. We actually can prove a use case in regional areas. So CASA is very happy to work with us because they're saying you're starting in much lower risk scenarios. We can fly over water, and today we are flying in Europe safely, and we've conducted multiple flights safely, and they will take that into account. So I think, to Kim's point, what we require here is this coordination at a national level between federal, state, and the regulator is actually very happy to help us. But I think it's all of the other pieces that are actually more complicated in bringing this together.
So you talk about in your submission about some cost savings on freight. What's the basis for your numbers for that?
So there's a couple of pieces to that. One is the absolute cost of time, and that is trucking a good from a regional city to a regional city, and as I said, going...
You're not talking productivity, are you?
A little bit of productivity, of course, Senator.
Just thought I'd throw in the latest buzzword.
So time is absolutely of essence.
Yep, absolutely.
Secondly, there's cost savings in terms of economics. So we only use 9.8 litres per 100 kilometres, which is the same as a city car, a little bit more than a city car, but we get there in 1/3 of the time. So suddenly you get time and cost savings. We're greener. We use unleaded fuel as opposed to avgas, which is leaded in general aviation today. And we have a pathway to SAF and hydrogen, which is in our website, and we've already tested that. So particularly the SAF, which is out of the manufacturer's specification that we currently use, which is the Rotax engine, that burns SAF out of the box today. So we can do that, provided people are prepared to pay for it, and we have the fuel, which is another issue in the country at the moment. So I think those are the fundamental advantages. And finally, then you have the people saving. We don't need a pilot for every aircraft, to Kim's point before. We can have multiple pilots sitting in their regional capital cities, and piloting aircraft actually from anywhere in the world. So we don't necessarily even need them in the country, but sovereign, our approach is we will have pilots within the country.
So in terms of managing and maintaining your fleet, that'll also have a sovereign capacity, but you will also look at contracting, from what you've said, to regional suppliers?
I think where those capabilities...
How do you manage a maintenance issue on King Flinders Island, for example?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good question.
It is a good question, and I think what you'll find, Senator, is that much of that capability actually exists in light aircraft on Flinders Island, because that's how they actually commute today in passenger aircraft. We're not asking for having additional capability that doesn't exist today. The real advance that we have is in composite manufacturing, and this might be something that has a national interest in terms of building this capability. We have carbon composite aircraft that are lighter, that are stronger, more versatile, and have less corrosion, those kind of issues. We are advocating, and we've applied to organisations through ARENA, to the Future Made in Australia initiative.
Good luck getting money out of that.
Well, that's my next question, Senator, is that we have applied.
You put your bid in.
We have, but it's interesting how much of those funds have actually been dispersed for genuinely opportunistic nation-building activity. And this is what we're advocating for. We would like to build those aircraft in Australia with Australian IP, with Australian talent, and that is an initiative for manufacturing for the future. It's something that is growing worldwide.
So what's the forward demand for this? I mean, if you're going to build your Australian fleet here, that's one thing, that's fine, and you'll build parts and things of that nature. But a lot of times, what happens is that somebody will gear up for this particular project, and then at the end of this project, there's a whole big what's next question. The development of the sovereign capability I get and support, but once you've supplied our fleet, where to?
Yeah, I might just answer this, Kim. I think if you read through what's publicly available information from our website and our information, we've announced partnerships with companies like Hellman Worldwide Cargo, and we have 5 years worth of forward demand already locked away in terms of MOUs and interests without any of the Australian freight that we're talking about. You also have countries off our doorstep with over 100 million people like Indonesia and 14,000 islands. So we could produce aircraft here, not just for Australia, but for the region. And if you're going to produce and manufacture and you want certainty of regulatory environment, certainty of manufacturing, certainty of security, Australia is one of the locations we would love to produce aircraft.
Okay, so which does go specifically to the question that I was asking, that it's not just a short-term exercise in that point. There's develop the IP here and then export the IP or export the product off the back of that to the region.
No, we would like to develop the IP here for Australia, and Australia has certain conditions that are replicated in other parts of the world.
Yeah, okay.
So we would absolutely do that. And again, there's a regional play, Border Patrol, so SES, State Emergency Services, those kind of applications are absolutely there for our aircraft, and we have MOUs with, for example, the New South Wales SES for flood, emergency, fire relief, and then we have the largest coastline in the world. So that observation of the coastline at an incredibly cost-effective way is another opportunity for the aircraft.
It's also a risk, though, that your aircraft used for surveillance on civilians, I guess. So there's one thing on surveilling our coastline and dropping off pharmaceuticals or goods in people's backyards, making sure that there's confidence that that is also not a surveillance tool.
Absolutely, Senator. We have two different platforms. One is a cargo-only aircraft,
Just so we're
and the other one is a ISR-capable aircraft. And when we've been talking about those applications, they are very much sovereign capabilities coordinated with any sovereign nation in the defence area of that particular country.
And just like aircraft are currently operating at the moment, often the aircraft and the aircraft operator have no visibility of the data that is managed through government departments and third parties. So we would simply be supplying the platform to allow that type of surveillance to occur.
Thank you for making that clear. And I just want to understand your ownership structure.
So the company is incorporated in Ireland as an incorporation entity. The founders are from Bulgaria, which is an EU nation, and our cap table is it's a private company. It's confidential, but we have EIC as one of the major investors, the European Investment Commission, through the Innovation Fund. So we are very compliant with in terms of non-sanctioned states and any non-allies to the European, to NATO and those particular countries. I'm happy to take that privately, offline, and give you some more information about that, but perhaps not publicly.
Do you mind if I just follow up about piloting?
Sure.
There's there's no planning for artificial intelligence piloting or any like humans will remotely pilot. That's
the regulations don't allow for autonomous flight at the moment in Australia, so we are not pursuing that here at the moment. No.
And I would say, Senator, it's as all technology, it's a step-by-step piece. Let's take the first step, make sure that's safe before we move to the next step. But I can't tell you where technology will go. It's moving very, very quickly, that's for sure.
In terms of where you would kick dirt first, where would you see as your starting point here in Australia as far as provision of service?
I think there's a number of locations. There's probably two answers to that. From an economic point of view, I certainly see distance as the biggest opportunity. So both WA and Queensland are natural places where you see that. They have the biggest, let's say, distance tax for its citizens, the biggest opportunities to provide equity for its citizens. So in a national interest point of view, I think that's the real biggest opportunity, and it also provides the greatest level of safety because they're generally lower levels of populations. So flying over less densely populated areas is something that CASA would like to see. So I think that's, for my answer, that's probably...
It's part of a proving process.
As part of a proving process, and then connecting, I would say, larger regional communities would be next. So Tamworth to Mildura or those kind of size, but not going through a centralised hub like we talked about previously. Passenger traffic goes through Brisbane. You don't need to do that. We could go direct.
How do your systems interact with the existing system? So I'm thinking about delivering the mail or pharmaceuticals to Flinders or King Island, which already has the infrastructure's there, but there's also traffic there. King Island, since the golf courses came along, are much busier. How do your systems interact with the existing systems, or how do you interact with those systems as part of that process?
If you talk the aviation, I can talk commercial. So we would just plug into the standard systems in terms of its logistics, the logistics environment, the same scanning tools, the same.
So you can see you can see everything everyone else can see through the
software.
The software
in that respect. So I think from a commercial logistics perspective, there would be no change for the customer, no change for the businesses. So small businesses could inject freight. I would argue today you don't know when you put your parcel into the network, you don't know whether it goes by van.
I'm thinking more of the aviation system. So how you make sure how your system plugs appropriately into that. I'm not too worried about the logistics supply chain. I get you're a small caravan and someone unloads one and loads the other, all that sort of stuff. That stuff I think we've covered, but I'm more interested in how, and this goes to the public confidence thing, I think, as well. There's 700 of these things whizzing around the countryside. How do they interact with the rest of our aviation system,
Yes,
is the question.
Senator. And I think there's really three components there that we can talk to. Is one of, you've got, how do our remote pilots talk to air traffic control and have that level of communication? It's very similar to what you see now. However, our pilots happen to be sitting in an office with an antenna and they can communicate through to traditional radio services. With air traffic control, there's also the opportunity for them to talk to air traffic control via phone as well, which was something we currently do in Europe on occasion. So that is a seamless process that we already prove, and that is seen and done with how we operate now. Then there's the remote pilot to the aircraft piece. So we do that through radio frequency directly to the aircraft and also through satellite communication as well. So the remote pilot controls the aircraft through those mechanisms. And then there's the last piece of the puzzle, which is probably something that we would want to raise for government, is the aircraft to aircraft and how do we interact with other aircraft in the sky. Because of the size of our aircraft, we essentially have all of the equipment that you would see on a crewed aircraft today. So we have the ability to interact and electronically identify other aircraft and also transmit our identification. And that's done through ADSB, the automatic broadcasting service system that is fitted to most aircraft. One thing that has been on the government agenda for many years, and certainly CAS's agenda, that what they have identified as increasing safety in aviation is mandating the fitment of ADSB to all aircraft in Australia. And we would certainly ask that government revisit that. It is currently not compulsory. However, government do subsidise all aircraft owners to fit this equipment to the aircraft, and we'd actually ask of government that they look to mandate that fitment, because at the moment the risk is placed on us as an operator who is fully equipped with all of the safety equipment to actually identify, detect and then avoid somebody who has chosen not to fit that equipment to their aircraft.
So being able to see it, whether it's eyeballing it out the windscreen or seeing it virtually through the electronic tracking system, is the mechanism that you have. Your integration into the rest of the system is basically because you're operating as a part of it, but it's the capacity to identify everybody else in the system that is.
So we have the
perhaps
same,
the last step.
We have the same capacity as every other aircraft, either ADSB, electronically or visually, but through a camera. So we don't have eyeballs, we have a camera, which can do detecting objects probably better than some visual aspects today, but it is the same system as Kim said. There's two further aspects that are probably relevant here. Firstly, that we are a scheduled freight service. So unlike a passenger aircraft that might be an air taxi, we don't say, let's get in the aircraft and go somewhere that you don't know initially. So we have a scheduled departure time, arrival time, and a corridor, a flight path. So that is all known, and that can be done via NOTAMs, Notice to All which is done overseas. This is how we do this in Europe, with a scheduled corridor. So there's known paths that we will fly at known times. The second piece is we don't need oxygen. So we don't have oxygen on our aircraft, but we don't have any crew on board. So we can fly at a height above general aviation, but below the passenger aircraft. So typically in that 10 to 13,000 foot altitude, which they deem as transition altitude, we can fly in that quite comfortably for a long period of time. So minimal conflict in terms of traffic, except for climb and descent, of course, and approach to the airport.
Okay. So there are separations.
Correct.
Okay. Right. We could probably play down this path for a while, but that's given us a good picture, I think. Thank you for your
We're
evidence.
delighted to see the interest from the Senate. And the
No, it's another element of what provides service to our regional areas, which is what we're interested in. So,
Can I encourage you to also put a submission into the Select Committee on Productivity? One of the terms of reference is about freight supply chains, and I think you are like in the box seat, particularly for that first and last mile piece.
Absolutely, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you for evidence. I don't know if you took anything on notice. If you did, if we could have that by the 30th of April, please. That concludes us for a break now until 2 p.m.
Yeah, we're Qantas.
And welcome back after our lunch break. I now welcome the CEO of Qantas Domestic, Mr. Marcus Svensson, and the CEO of Qantas Link, Mr. Mark Delpra. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you for the Hansard record. Could you please confirm your names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yep. Marcus Svensson, CEO of Qantas Domestic. And Mark Delpra, CEO of Qantas Link.
Thank you. I now invite you to make an opening statement to the committee before we go to questions from colleagues.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Deputy Chair and Senators. As mentioned before, my name is Marcus Svensson. I'm the CEO of Qantas Domestic, and here today with me I have Mark Delpra, who is the CEO of Qantas Link. Thank you for your invitation to contribute to the committee's inquiry into the state of Australia's aviation sector and its ability to deliver reliable and affordable services to rural, regional and remote communities. Qantas is pleased to be assisting the committee in its understanding of our regional business and highlighting some of the challenges facing regional aviation in Australia. To that end, we have provided 2 separate submissions into this inquiry. This will be our second appearance, and we understand you like us to hear from us in Canberra later this year as well. As the national carrier and Australia's largest regional airline, Qantas has deep-rooted and enduring commitments to regional Australia, operating 108 routes to 58 towns and regional centres across our country. This sees Qantas play a significant economic and social role in regional Australia, one we take very seriously. On any given day, the group, Qantas and Jetstar, has well over 100 aircraft dedicated to regional operations. These aircraft are deployed on over 3,500 flights per week, carrying more than 9 million passengers a year, flying in and out from regional, rural, regional and remote parts of our country. While our network is large and local contribution is strong, regional aviation continues to be commercially challenging, and there are fundamental realities about the cost of operating regional air services across vast distances. The cost of regional operations on a per-seat basis is significantly higher than mainline domestic or international operations due to a number of factors, including higher airport and security charges, more expensive fuel, and greater maintenance expenses, with costs having to be spread across a smaller number of passengers compared to a larger aircraft and higher density markets. On average, a Qantas Link turboprop service are more than twice as expensive to operate as a Qantas 737 and about 3 times more expensive than Jetstar or a Qantas international service on a unit cost basis. The higher cost for regional aviation has been a feature for the industry for a long time, but in recent years, some of the largest regional cost inputs, particularly engineering and airport charges, have been rising significantly above inflation, while revenue from airfares has not. With only about 800 Q400 in service worldwide and production currently suspended, the cost of spare parts continue to rise significantly. For example, to give you a few, a windscreen wiper blade, which cost $900 in 2019, now costs nearly $2,000. A landing gear wheel, which cost $77,000 in 2019, now costs closer to $150,000. That's an increase of 90% and on average 10% per year. Moreover, some of the expenses, so we've been tracking some of the parts, and the year-on-year increases have been exponentially in the last couple of years, particularly parts like Q400 proximity sensors. For airport charges, we have seen a 30% increase in regional airport charges since COVID, including 10% in the past year alone. All were airfares fell by 2% in real terms. This relationship between airport charges and airfares is often misunderstood, with public commentary frequently comparing relatively small amounts of dollars, such as $30, with a relatively higher airfare amount of $400. However, on a return operation, the difference between $15 of airport charges versus $30 could be several $1,000s. Extrapolated across a daily return operations over the course of a year, this could amount to over $1 million in route cost. That's the difference, could be enough to turn a profitable route into an unprofitable one. So these factors, engineering, airport charges, are driving significant upward pressures on costs, but regional ticket prices and the revenue they generate are not keeping pace. Accordingly, the group must continue to make difficult decisions to ensure both the operational strength and the commercial viability of the regional network. For example, earlier this year, QantasLink announced the suspension of the services between Albury to Melbourne and Wagga to Melbourne, despite attempts to stimulate demands for sales, tactical marketing, adjusting schedules and working with local councils to build awareness. Both of these services had low load factors, so flying on average less than half full and insufficient revenue to cover the increasing cost of operations. Looking forward, 2026 is looking to be a difficult year for the airline industry. The commercial performance of routes that have operated with marginal or low profitability will be challenged as we experience significant increase in fuel cost due to the conflict in the Middle East. As an airline CEO, I like making new connections and starting new routes, not taking them away, but that is the reality of airline economics when something doesn't stack up. Once again, I'm pleased to be with you here in Albury and looking forward to assisting the committee and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Mr Del Prado, do you want to add anything to that?
Nothing in addition to Mrs. comments.
Senator McKenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for making your way to Albury. I hope it wasn't too difficult. I know it was a bit of a stress to get you here, but I know the local community is appreciative. I've got 3 tranches of questions, so bear with me. Just on the fuel crisis, do you have enough supply for your needs as an airline, and how long will your fuel supplies last?
So yes, we have enough fuel. We have not cancelled any flights due to fuel shortage. We are working very...
What's been the ticket price increase?
Depends on routes, depends on markets. We have taken some increases, domestically and international, depending. So it varies from a couple of percent to a little bit more, depending.
What's the little bit more? Give me the range.
I think some international routes probably have seen more than 10%, but I don't know the exact number.
That's fine. Have regional airfares increased as a result of the fuel crisis?
Yes, we took a 4% increase earlier last week.
Okay. On notice, because I have a lot of questions, I'll get which routes were directly impacted and by how much. But you've also, no regional routes have been cancelled or a reduction in flights due to the fuel crisis. Is that your evidence? There hasn't been any cancellations?
No.
Yeah, as a result?
No.
Okay. One of the things we've been hearing about from the broader community is around the role of biofuels during the fuel crisis. And I know the development of domestic biofuels and SAF industry has been something the government's been pursuing, and something that obviously, as the Shadow Transport Minister, I would support. Just wondering, have you seen the final draft of the National Biofuels or Low Carbon Liquid Fuel Strategy from the federal government?
Personally, I have not, no.
No, has Qantas?
No, I have not either.
Has Qantas?
Do not know.
Can you take that one on notice then, please? Because it seems to be a significant amount of time between saying we're going to do something and seeing the strategy. And here we are in the middle of a crisis where such a strategy may have proved useful. Given particularly that BP's walked away from the SAF facility in Kwinana in WA too in that time. Have Qantas, as I understand it, has a partnership arrangement for the establishment of a SAF facility? Has your sort of support of that project been maintained despite the lack of the government's strategy being put on the table?
I'm not sure what specific project you relate to, but generally we are supportive of SAF. We are very supportive of a local industry in Australia, but I'm not sure. And I don't have details on all the individual projects. We're involved in a number of SAF projects.
Okay. Has the government discussed mandates of SAF, given it's in place in other jurisdictions, that you would be subjected to, for instance, heading into some European ports?
I don't know exactly what conversations taken place, but generally a mandate is in lots of countries all over the world, and it would be no surprise if it was in Australia as well.
Well, on notice, I might get you to check up the chain on that one. Just in terms of a SAF mandate, have you done any assessment of the impact on regional airports, or whether regional airports and services would be exempt from a SAF mandate should it be implemented?
I'll have to take that question.
Okay, no worries.
You're not asking me in a field of expertise.
Yeah, no, I understand, Mr. Svensson. It's just so lovely to have you, Qantas Group, in front of me. I just want to congratulate Mr. Del Par on your appointment. Wish you could have flown Qantas up this morning. How did you arrive in Albury today?
I took the train up this morning, so it was a 3.5 hour free train, and I'll be taking it back again later this afternoon.
Okay, excellent. Do you have a seat on the Qantas Group leadership team?
No, I do not. I report into Marcus.
Okay, so Miss Yangian, your predecessor, did have a seat on that leadership team. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why doesn't the CEO of Qantas's regional arm, QantasLink, no longer have a seat on that Qantas Group leadership team?
Yeah, so a decision was taken to consolidate the GLT, and given that the regional portfolio that I'm looking after works very, very closely with the overall domestic portfolio, it made sense to report into Marcus so that we can make sure that we are very, very collaborative in the approach we take to the domestic marketplace.
So, Mr. Svensson, you represent QantasLink on the group leadership team?
I do indeed.
What about when there's conflict about what's the best outcome for QantasLink services, let's say heading into Sydney Airport, as opposed to other arms of the Qantas domestic network?
There is no conflict. I can assure you, and I've managed this team in the past, the network planning team does all the network planning for both Link and the rest of the Qantas business. There is no distinction, so there is no conflict.
So there's no conflict between a Qantas Melbourne-Sydney flight or Brisbane-Sydney flight as opposed to an Albury-Sydney QantasLink flight, a Dubbo-Sydney QantasLink flight?
No. In what sense would it be? Sorry, just to clarify, what in terms of slots?
What if I wanted to arrive in Sydney out of a regional capital at a timely fashion for my business meeting, not in the peak period into Sydney?
So Sydney, as you know, has 4 regional slots, has slots that are ring-fenced. So
in peak times, I said, Mr. Svensson.
Yes, and they are ring-fenced in peak times as well. And
how many? How many from the regional centres into peak times into Sydney?
I don't have the exact numbers, but I know what we do with our regional network is we overnight the flights in the regional centres and then fly into Sydney to make sure that people either can go for full days of business in Sydney or connect to another service. But what rather drives the schedule is the availability of aircraft rather than slots in Sydney.
Okay, we might have some follow-up on that, because I think there would be a lot of difference of opinion there. Just in terms of your submission and the cost of regional operations, on a per seat basis, you say it's significantly higher than mainline domestic or international operations. What is the most significant component of the ticket price that you can break down that results in that differentiation between your domestic services and your international services versus the seats that Mr. Del Pra's in charge of?
Yeah, I mean, mainly jet operations versus turbo operations, but Mark, do you want to just
Yeah,
go
sure.
through
So if you go through
cost items?
I just
main
want
cost
the biggest
items.
ticket.
The biggest cost items. So fuel's about
just the
20% or so, and I believe fuel's about 45% higher in regional ports than it is across the major ports. Engineering costs we've mentioned. So the issue with engineering costs on the turboprop fleet is that the turboprops are no longer manufactured, and so a lot of the components on those fleets are increasing a lot, as Marcus spoke about, 90% increases in a number of those parts.
So, sorry, Mr. Del Pra, I don't want a complete breakdown of the ticket price. I just wanted to know what was the biggest significant was fuel.
Engineering, airport charges and security costs.
Got it. Okay, so so your evidence would be that it's the 45% higher price of fuel in regional ports that drives that, because the distances, Melbourne-Perth is per fuel cost would be more than some of the regional flights.
Yeah, on a unit cost basis, it's double the cost on the turboprops versus the 737s, and that unit cost factors in distance.
Okay. Now, just on page 3 of your submission, you say in a number of markets, Qantas link also overnight crew and the aircraft to provide a more convenient schedule, which comes with additional cost. Yet you made the decision last year to make regionally based staff in Canberra, Hobart and Mildura redundant, stating it would improve operating efficiency. How does improving operating efficiency come at additional costs?
So if we look at the decision we've made, firstly, you mentioned the overnighting aircraft. So we overnight aircraft in lots of locations, over 20 locations for the turboprop fleet alone, and that's to provide the good schedules that Marcus spoke about, so that somebody in Albury could travel on a 6:30 flight to Sydney and return in the evening. In terms of where we decide to put the bases, we'll only put a crew base where you've got a lot of overnighting, a significant number of overnighting aircraft. At the moment, in places like Canberra and in Hobart and in Mildura, we only have 1 or 2 overnighting aircraft in those locations. It's not an effective number of aircraft have based there to make it a crew base location. If you look at where we're going with the A220 aircraft, we will end up with base sizes of 8 aircraft in Brisbane and Melbourne, for example. That gives you significant scale to have things like crew reserve coverage to make sure it's a very efficient operation. When we have reserve coverage in places like Hobart, it's very underutilised versus the rest of the network, and I believe that we provided some data on that on notice at the last Senate inquiry.
We've heard a lot of evidence today about the cost of running regional airports, etc. A lot of, I'll say complaints, but desire to see the regional airport funding program reinstated, to upgrade airports, to upgrade aprons, etc., runways. What sort of level of consultation or assessment did Qantas do in changing the decision to change your fleet, which has then had massive impacts on regional ports in terms of them having to upgrade existing facilities, but also the larger planes means they're also having to look at putting security in place where maybe a particular airport may not have had to because they were smaller airports that were under the cap. I just want to understand the level of consultation or assessment you did before you made the decision to change the aircraft because it's having significant flow-on impacts. And I want to hope that you've actually taken into account those flow-on impacts before you made those decisions.
Yeah, let me start now and Mark fill in. So obviously the decision we made to retire Q200s and Q300s were they were smaller aircraft than the Q400s, were very much driven by age. Some of those aircraft was very old. They hadn't been in production for a very long time, and the only relevant replacement for them, for us, was Q400. So we decided to get more Q400 second-hand, I would say, as they're not produced. That was a very comprehensive business case, taking a lot of factors into consideration. If airports needed upgrades, making sure that we didn't have the same amount of seats into every market, so very comprehensive. And that was something, obviously we had to make because at the end of the day, aircraft cannot fly on forever.
No, but the question I'm asking, Mr. Svensson, is the serviceability and the viability of a lot of these routes. You're putting bigger planes on. Will that end up making these routes unviable for Qantas because you won't get the amount of passengers flying that you would have previously under the smaller aircraft?
So given the Q300 was an older technology, the cost, so the trip costs, not the seat cost. Seat cost is significantly lower on the Q400, but the trip cost between a Q300 and Q400 is not much different.
But you're assuming you fill the Q400
no, this is
with the same number of packs?
Independent of how many packs you have, the cost of operating a sector, so from A to B, is between Q400 and a Q300, given the Q400 is more fuel efficient, it's a more modern aircraft, is very small. So Mark, I don't know if you...
I was also going to...
300 or 400?
300. So 300 was the one we retired. We had 200s and 300s. 300s were older technology. The Q400 is a more modern technology. Although it's a bigger aircraft, the actual cost to operate that on a sector is about the same as a Q300, or very similar.
And I just...
No, you're right, because I was going to just ask about the increase in landing charges as a result of a larger plane.
And can I just add in on that one as well? The Q300 had about 50 seats, so it was already above the 40-seat rule that exempted it from the security screening. So
will the increase of larger planes also mean an increase in landing charges?
Yes.
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 Yes. And what have you analysed that to be per ticket?
Well, that's part of the overall per ticket. The landing charge is usually on a per passenger basis. So yes, the flight would cost more overall, but per passenger it wouldn't be an increase because you've got a bigger aircraft with more passengers on it.
Assuming you sell all the tickets.
Subject to. Yeah, but if you're paying on a per passenger, some of the fees are per passenger, in which case, if you've got more passengers, you pay for them.
And you guarantee there'll be no reduction in service delivery with the phasing out of the turboprops, the Q200s and the Q300s?
Those aircraft have already been retired, so we're already a pure Q400 turboprop fleet. They've already been retired.
And so have you closed any routes as a result of that fleet change?
Not as a result of the fleet change. The routes that we're talking about here that we've closed was simply due to the demand that we saw on those routes, which wasn't sustainable for continuing to operate those services that we've discussed.
Well, that leads me perfectly to my next line of questioning on the Albury Melbourne and Wagga Melbourne services. On what date did Qantas advise the Commonwealth Government of the decision to cancel the Albury Melbourne and the Wagga Melbourne service?
Well, the decision was made on the 30th of January, and I assume it was on that day or shortly thereafter.
Can you take that on notice when the Commonwealth Government was advised? Who in the government did you advise? The Minister, the Minister's office, the department?
I would have to take that on notice as well.
Did the Commonwealth Government ask you to reconsider your decision?
Again, I wasn't involved in those discussions. So.
Mr. Svensson, were you around at that time?
Yeah, we were around.
I think you were.
But we didn't.
And if you are Mr. Dalpra's boss now, then I would like to understand who actually advised the Commonwealth Government of the decision to close these two routes.
I have to take that on notice. I don't know who did
It wasn't
that.
you?
No, it was somebody in the
Someone higher up than you?
No, somebody.
Someone lower down than you?
In the government relations team, or yes,
Someone from the GovRels team's here. Maybe they could come and give some evidence. This isn't a joke. This isn't kind of like some Q&A at the pub. It's a Senate inquiry.
Yes, but...
And you're in Albury for a reason, and you know that the cancellation of the Albury-Melbourne, Wagga-Melbourne route would be a topic of discussion today.
Yes.
And yet here Qantas comes once again unable to answer very simple, benign questions. Qantas Group made the decision to cancel this route the 30th of January, yes?
Correct.
And you don't know who told the federal government?
In terms of individual, no, we have to take their own notice.
And what's your role again?
I'm the CEO of Qantas Domestic, but doesn't mean...
Wow, okay. Some guy in the GovRel's department took care of it. So you can't tell me that... Did anybody in the federal government contact you, Mr Svensson or Mr Delpra, or anyone that works under you, and hopefully they report to you, whether the Commonwealth Government asked Qantas to reconsider this decision?
Nobody contacted me.
Not that I'm aware of either for my team.
When did you brief the Victorian and New South Wales governments of this decision?
Again, it would be something we take on notice. It'd be somebody in the government relations team.
I would like to know who briefed who, how, was it a phone call, was it in writing, and when, please.
Certainly.
And did either of these governments encourage Qantas to reconsider the decision, offer you incentives to stay?
I'm not aware of any offer for incentives to stay.
When did you advise the local councils?
Again, it would be after the decision was made, and again, it would be through the government relations team.
And did anybody talk to the Albury, the Wodonga or the Wagga Wagga community about the cancellation of these services?
After a decision was made?
Before the decision was made.
Before the decision was made, there was, I wasn't in the role, but from what I understand, there have been updates right back to the middle of last year on the performance of those services and things that can be done to try to improve them.
So why do I have three mayors in front of us this morning saying that they were the last to know, that they were not consulted on the closure of this route? They weren't offered any opportunity to participate in keeping the Melbourne Albury or the Melbourne Wagga routes open.
I can't comment on that, but just from what I understand from the briefings I've had, there were discussions with councils and mayors, etc., from as early as middle of last year.
About closure of the route?
On the performance of the route, the poor performance of the route.
Were there any attempts to stimulate demand through sales or tactical bargaining?
Yes, correct.
Marketing, sorry?
Yes.
Yes? What did that take? Like, how? I live here. I flew that route, so I'm just... What did I miss? What did you do?
We will look to provide you with some of the ways in which that was done, if you're looking for specifics in terms of...
I am looking for specifics.
The committee would like to...
Yeah, we'll take that on notice to come back to you
It's
with
in your
the
submission.
specifics of it.
Yep.
We would very much like for it to be materialised
Detailed.
in some way.
Yep.
Instead of just...
And
just want to understand...
Excuse me, can I just make one statement?
Yeah.
When a route is not performing, we don't just make a decision, let's cancel it. We go through a process with a team, sales, marketing, network. Can we change the schedule? Can we work with a local council? Can we do sale activity? Because we don't like to close routes. We don't like to cancel routes.
Well, this gets me to a question, Mr.
We
Svensson.
like to just make sure they work. But if they don't, they won't. So we don't give up immediately. But after a certain point of time, when they have been loss-making, you have to cancel.
So I want to understand, Rex flew from Albury to Melbourne in the early AM. Can someone tell me, we were trying to discuss this morning about what time it was. Can either of you recall? No. So we had an early AM Rex down and a Rex early evening back to Albury. And then Qantas decided to compete with Rex for 15 months. Is that correct, Mr. Svensson? Why did Qantas decide to jump in on the Albury-Melbourne market if it wasn't viable for 15 months and compete against Rex?
we look at every route. We don't fly. Is there an opportunity for us to fly this route? Because I said we love to, if we can provide a service, we love to provide a service. And it started off viable when we had the travel boom after COVID. Unfortunately, in the last year or so, performance deteriorated.
So can I just understand, when did Rex stop providing that service?
A while ago.
Don't know the exact date.
Yeah, no, Mr. Del Prado will have it.
May 2022.
And so when was, so you were the sole provider of the Albury, Melbourne, and it was only one flight down a day? Not back?
I believe it was just a single service. I think it was 6 per week or so initially.
The evidence we've had today was the reason the Rex down and back in a day worked was you had professionals flying up and back from this end and vice versa down to Melbourne, and that was the way they were able to make that stack up. You're just Qantas deciding to only have one flight down without the return didn't work for the medical profession and didn't work for the local community. I know other senators want the call, so on notice, can you provide me with the analysis Qantas did in determining only one flight a day was going to hit the mark? Because effectively what the community feels is, you know, and Qantas gets a bad rap for it because we see it happen time again, that you go into competition with an existing provider, they can't compete with you, and then you withdraw. That's the argument of what's happened here, and I want to understand why you thought one flight a day would work when it seemed to work for Rex for a long time doing the two, because that's what kind of the way this catchment of 250,000 people needed to access specialist services, professional services, that's how that worked. I'd be interested in your thinking. Thank you.
I guess for us, if we're struggling to make one flight a day work, going to 2 flights a day is a very, very big increase if we can't get one to work.
You know what's happened to us? We now have nothing, and a 3.5-hour one-way trip on a train doesn't cut it for our medical profession and others.
You'll get more of this before we're finished. I'll go to Senator Levy now because we'll continue on the theme, I think.
Thanks very much, and thanks for coming again today. Just when you were talking about the fuel consumption of the turboprops, the Q400s, how much more was it than a 737? How much more fuel did they use?
The regional ports cost about 45% more than the non-regional ports for fuel costs.
And do you know what the difference is between the turboprop and the A220
in terms of
fuel usage?
No, I need to take that on notice in terms of fuel usage.
And because do you fly a bit on Qantas, and do you guys see? I see quite a bit of the A220s in the mix. So what's the difference between A220s and 737s along the eastern?
I mean, we can. A220 is a more modern aircraft than 737.
It's a more efficient aircraft.
More efficient, so the fuel usage is significantly lower. We compare it with a 717 because that's what they replaced, but it is lower because it's a more modern engine, more modern aircraft.
Okay, right. Yeah, if you could let us know, that would be good. I'd also be really keen to, as Senator McKenzie was mentioning, to see the efforts that you went to try and drive up the demand for here and for Wagga, and as to what it is. Obviously, you know, it's now it's an impasse on communities, and you know we have heard from many today about the effect that it is having on business and health in particular. When you were answering Senator McKenzie's question before, Mr. Svensson, you mentioned that you were when you were considering the Albury route that Rex was operating on, that you have a look at adding new routes. How often do you look at that?
Constantly. I mean, that's part of the network planning's job, is to look not just regional, domestic, international. What's the best usage of your aircraft? How do you get the best return, because these are expensive assets? So that's they should do constantly redoing.
And how often have you added new routes into regional areas?
We added quite a bit after COVID. Can't.
Which ones?
This one, Melbourne Wagga, Melbourne
Albury.
Top of my head, it's a few years ago, but
Which ones that still exist?
That's the best question.
I think we added something like, we get you the list, about 50 routes or so. Probably isn't just regional, and I believe there's 30 or so of them that still exist. So the majority of them still exist, but we can get you that list.
And that would be very helpful. Like, 'cause obviously we heard evidence from the former CEO of Bonza today. And have you looked at the Melbourne to Bundaberg route?
imagine that would be something the team looked at, but obviously found it didn't stack up. Not just the Qantas, it's also the network planning team at Jetstar that constantly look at this together, part of a dual brand.
Because Mr. Jordan sort of alluded that there is a huge untapped regional base in which has not been looked at, and which Qantas and Virgin, in fairness, don't service. So I'm really curious that if you're always looking at new routes and everything, looking at where you are, what they are, how often that you add them, and how often, and what is still in operation. Because obviously, you say that you pride yourself on being the national carrier, but it seems to be that regional Australia is copping the raw prawn a lot of the time, and that we've got Albury, we've said we've had issues with Devonport and Burnie in the past with the amount of flights. There's been it just seems that regional Australia is copping the brunt of it, and appreciate the Q400s, better aircraft, more passengers, but people want to have a service but people also want to have a choice of service. And these areas in which obviously are not having a lot of competition, it's pissing a lot of people off. It really is.
Seriously.
Yes.
Pissing them off.
And when it comes to the base closures, Mr. Svensson, obviously, Miss Yangoyan had a seat at the leadership table. Did you support Miss Yangoyan's decision as CEO of Qantas Link to close the Hobart and the Mildura and the Canberra crew bases?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right, that'll do for me for this one.
Thanks. So just on the back of that, so if, as you say, the number of aircraft overnighting in Hobart, Mildura, Canberra wasn't enough to sustain them as a base anymore, what was the problem? Why were they a base in the first place? What made them a good place before and not a good place now? I mean, and I've flown for a lot of years, admittedly in dashes. I know a lot of the crew out of Mildura, the flight crew out of Mildura, because we saw each other a lot. Great group of people, a lot of fun to fly with. So what's changed? I mean, you still have a significant service in and out of Mildura. You still have a significant service in and out of Hobart, and I'm not sure about Canberra, what the story with that is, because it seems to be very variable at the moment and unpredictable. So, but what changed? Why was Hobart and Mildura a great place for a base? Mildura's been a base for a long time. What's changed? Why is it no longer a decent place for a crew base?
Yeah, sure. So if you look at the base we've got at the moment, some of them are very small, as in one or two aircraft, and we have one or two aircraft set overnighting in over 20 ports in the turboprop network. Albury and Wagga, we have an aircraft overnighting here as well, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you want to put a crew base here for all those services.
You overnight in Devonport and use local accommodation, but I mean, Mildura was a crew base, and
Mildura was a crew base, I think, for historical reasons. dating right back, I think, probably to the early days of Eastern Airlines.
It's been there a long time.
Be a very, very long time. So,
which is probably why it hurts that community so much.
And in case of, I believe, Canberra and Hobart, I think they've been there since 2015. I don't know what the basis of was the decision to put them in back then. But when we look at where we're going with the A220 aircraft going forward, those aircraft and the crew pairings that we've got for those aircraft are going to be 85 to 90% based out of Melbourne, Sydney or Brisbane. And so it makes sense to have the crew based where those crew pairings are most effectively operated out of, rather than have them in bases where you've only got 1 or 2 aircraft. They're better to have them in bases like Brisbane where you'll have 8 aircraft, for example.
Sorry. Excuse me. So centralising them is much better, you think?
Correct. And it's looking forward. We've got 11 of those aircraft today. We're looking forward to the future when we'll have 29 and saying where are those aircraft going to be based as we grow out that network. And as I said, 85 to 90% of the crew pairings will come out of Melbourne, Sydney or Brisbane. That's not to say you won't still have overnighting in all of those ports that we've mentioned. You will, but they'll be overnighting ports rather than a crew basing port.
So what about, so let's go back to Mildura, which has been a dash base for a long time. What's changed there?
Well, if you look at the dashes, we've got 40 dash aircraft now. In fact, we're the biggest operator globally of dash aircraft. There's 2 overnighting in Mildura. So when you look at the relative size of where those aircraft are based, it makes more sense to have them consolidated into the bigger bases rather than places that have only got 1 or 2 overnighting there.
I still come back to the point, what's changed? I mean,
I think as we've grown the network, it may have made sense back when the airline was much smaller and it was a bigger part of the network. When you look at where the network is now, as I said, we've got 40 aircraft, we're growing at 43, and there's only 1 or 2 aircraft overnighting in those locations now. That may have been quite different many years ago when those bases were first set up.
You covered?
I've got more Mildura-based questions.
Okay, I'll just go and do a few more things here. I am curious in respect of the point-to-point conversation that you were having with Senator De Liga and the conversations we had with the former CEO of Bonza, because that's a conversation I've had on a lot of occasions with airlines and the trends in passenger preference. And while that might be a distraction to the hub and spoke model, which we effectively have in this country where we hub through Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, the point-to-point is very much a passenger preference. I mean, if you get locked into the system and something goes pear-shaped, flying somewhere can be the greatest time thief you've ever come across. And sitting in front of a few people who've experienced a fair bit of that. So what is inhibiting the growth of the market in that point? I think the evidence that we got this morning was quite compelling with respect to the load factors and all of those things, and yet the whole system seems to be sitting there comfortably within its existing structure and no pressure to move anywhere. So why aren't we seeing that sort of innovation in our aviation sector here in Australia, which is really positively impacting on regional Australia, as the Albury to Gold Coast service did, to the tune of several 100,000 passengers a year. And it's a model that works globally. What's the constraint here in this country to doing that sort of stuff outside of someone else coming in to try and break into the industry?
Maybe I should start. So first of all, point to point, I mean, what we're doing with Project Sunrise of flying directly to London from the East Coast and directly to New York from the East Coast is exactly that, point to point, because, as you say, customers or passengers prefer that. So we know that. We don't dispute that. The challenge is, even if you look point to point international, big European cities to, say, Sydney, for example, would not have enough to have a point to point service because there's not enough demand. And when there's not enough demand, that's when you route it over a hub. And that's effectively what's happening here. You don't have enough point-to-point demand. And on a flight normally we have a bit of point-to-point demand, but we also have connecting traffic demand. So it really depends on the size of market and the size of aircraft available. I mean, if we could do everything point-to-point, we would like to, but this economics doesn't stack up.
No, look, I get that, but when you're talking about 65,000 passengers a year with 84% load rates, that's not too shabby in a startup cycle. So it's a demonstration of what's possible.
Yeah, if you can serve a market point-to-point profitably, we'd rather serve it point-to-point. So there's certainly the ability to stimulate the demand, and the example you've given shows that. The question would be whether it was profitable demand. Could they serve that profitably? Could we serve?
The sustainability is the next phase in the process. I get that.
Load factor is one thing, but you've got to get enough revenue to cover the costs, and sometimes you can get enough load factor, but the price points just aren't sufficient to be able to cover the cost of the service.
Okay. I just want to go back to the point that you made earlier in your evidence around the importance of scheduling, and it's something that's come through in other evidence that we've received before. You talked about basically the one flight a day in and out of here, and the impact, the desirability of utilising it, I suppose. Interestingly, your evidence that you caught the train up was one of the reasons that was given this morning as to why you're not here anymore. Although the desirability of sitting on the floor in a train doesn't necessarily excite me all that much. But how do you actually apply that? Because when I was hearing the evidence around that scheduling this morning, it struck me very much like, so I think you were down to 2 or 3 flights a week into this, four flights a week. Yeah. I started getting this feeling I got during the banking inquiry where the big 4 banks would close down their branch and only open it 2 or 3 days a week, and then it only opened it between 10 and 2 and nobody could get there. Then they'd say nobody was coming through the door and so, we'll have to close. I mean, it sounds like a business model.
I think,
and so, you know, I mean, you understand better than anyone the importance of scheduling and how that works for the people you're trying to provide a service for. I really struggle with the contrast in the evidence that we got from the councils this morning about what you said you did versus what's happened or prevailed in the market.
I mean, of course, whatever we do, we want to have the most competitive, best schedule for the customers. Yes, there's limitations because you only have so many aircraft to fly, so much available aircraft time. But I agree, to be successful, you want to have the best schedule. That's absolutely one of the key principles. So, not disputing what you're saying, just it's always trade-offs. Where do I deploy my aircraft for the best return?
And the other thing I say is, when you look at the Melbourne-Albury route, if you're at daily, irrespective of the time, you're competing against a train that's at least 5 times per day. And so if you're looking at, you know, for example, I could have taken 2 trains up here to get for this meeting, and I can take 2 trains to get back. So it's a very, very compelling proposition on the train from Melbourne to Albury when you look at the timing of the services.
We'll tell our medical specialists that, because if they charge at the hourly rate, 7 hours sitting on a train.
I mean, we had a hearing yesterday. We had a hearing here in this very room, sat in this very seat, talking to the health sector about providing service in Albury, and the realistic nature of that, and the costs involved with that, and all of the logistics involved in it. I mean, that's what we're dealing with. That's what you're looking to service, and Senator Mackenzie's right. I mean, Mr. Svensson, you know, I'm going to walk through the door you opened with respect to the importance of service. I mean, it feels to me like you're manipulating markets for an outcome. Genuinely feels that way, and you're doing the same in Senator DeLega's home port and mine at the moment, where Devonport is the only airport in Tasmania, that has not returned to pre-COVID levels of throughput. And there's the reason for that is your schedule. Now, you'll tell me it's the same number of bums on seats that you had before you got rid of the Q300s and went to the Q400s. The problem with that statement is my knowledge of the fact that you were running 4 Q400s a day into Devonport pre-COVID. Now, you redeployed them quite wisely during COVID to do more economically some routes that needed servicing but couldn't be serviced with the jets that were more expensive to run. So your evidence again today is interesting in terms of what the cost per aircraft are concerned. But I go back to the time thief thing. If I don't, depending on when I choose to travel into that port, which I do every week, I lose half a day or a day. And can I say to you quite genuinely, the service pre-COVID was a bloody good service. Like, I really appreciated it. There were 4 flights a day, great connectivity. I could be in Canberra in three and a half, 4 hours, like from home. But now there's these huge holes in it, and both of us have been given different reasons at different points in time as to why it's all happening. But Bernie's now is doing more people through it than it was pre-COVID. Launceston is killing it. Hobart's doing exceptionally well, and there's 450,000 passengers a year drive past Devonport Airport to go to Launceston. So there were 150, 160,000 going through Devonport pre-COVID. So I know the market's there. So what is going on with the way the system's being managed? Because it feels to me like you're manipulating that market to the benefit of another market there and there, and that's what sits behind the decision making that you're doing. I mean, explain that to me, please.
Yeah, my understanding on Devonport is that when we used to operate with the Q300, we had 27 flights per week. With the Q400 coming in and you upgauge from a 50-seat aircraft to a 74 to 78-seat aircraft, we've still got 23 flights per week, so we've reduced by 4 flights, but it's 26% more seats. So it's that balance between, yes, there are a few.
So I'm going to stop you right there, Mr. Delpra, because your talking points don't go back far enough. Okay. And I'm really cranky about this because I've raised this with your government relations people. I've been flying that route for 20-something years. Pre-COVID, it was 4 Q400s a day, not 300s. It was a brilliant service. Like, I'm giving you a pat for it. It was a great service. It's not there at the moment. And as I said, there's over 400,000 passengers drive past that airport. Now, I used to pay a bit of a premium for it because there was no competition in the market, and you were offering probably $30, $40, $50 cheapest flights out of Launceston because you had Virgin and Jetstar and everything down there, and you had very expensive fuel in Devonport for a long time. The contract there was historically something that you inherited, and it was not a good deal. That's timed out. But at the moment, the talking points tell us that we're getting something equivalent. We're not. We're actually, our market is being restricted by your flight schedule when every other market in Tasmania has recovered to better than pre-COVID numbers. And so I genuinely don't understand what sits behind the rationale. Is it aircraft availability? I just want to know what the real story is because I don't think I'm getting it. I mean, I get the talking points. You've got more seats or equivalent seats to what it was pre-COVID, but I go back to the point where I started, the importance of scheduling. So if I get up at 6 o'clock or catch at 4 o'clock to catch 6 o'clock flight out of Canberra on a Friday morning, I now can't get home until after 1 p.m. I previously could get in at 9:30 in the morning and I'd do a day in the electorate. Fantastic. You've stolen half a day off me. That's my perspective. So I go back to the scheduling and the role that has in the effectiveness of the service. And I would see a very similar circumstance in a port like this, where you've come in to this market that was previously being served by Rex. I think you can push back on me all you like. I think it was because you had the shits that they'd gone on to the Melbourne-Sydney route. And so
100%.
causing us pain, Melbourne to Sydney, will give them the shits in some of their regional routes. That's competition, I get that. You'll deny that that's the motivation. I don't believe you. We can have our difference of opinion, but I just want to get back to ensuring that our regional communities get a good service. You know, so when you came back after COVID, so pre-COVID, you were servicing 5 routes with 5 aircraft. Post-COVID, 7 routes with 5 aircraft, and we're now seeing some of those routes disappear because they don't stack up. Well, these are the numbers that your people give me, so, and I keep notes. So, I'm just trying to work out how this all stacks up in terms of provision of decent delivery, because I just get frustrated when I get mixed messages.
And it's the constant feedback that we're getting in this committee. So it's not an isolated incident that we talk about Devonport. It's happening all over the show, and that's the frustrating thing. We get one line,
and when I've experienced a really good service, which I did have, to what I've got now, that makes me even more frustrated. And I can relate very much to this community here, which now has no service. And you know, I sit here doing a Medicare and health inquiry yesterday, and they're talking about trying to get medical staff in and out and all of those sorts of things, which time is everything. You know, so 4 hours on a train versus hour and 15, 20 flight, you know, it's a big difference. Like, I use the term time thieves advisedly.
And when you mentioned that in your wording that this the Melbourne Albury service has been suspended, does that mean the term suspended mean the flights may come back, or is it like just given the arse? Like,
well, it's an exit of the route. As always with any route, we'll always keep looking to see whether or not things change, demand profiles change, anything else changes that means we think that we can profitably serve it again. And as Marcus said, we are constantly looking at where are the opportunities to grow the network.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Did the local member, Susan Lee or Helen Haynes, contact Qantas about the cancellation of the Melbourne-Albury route, or...?
Did not contact me, or I don't think.
We'll take that on notice and see
take
what
that on notice.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to see, particularly Helen Haynes's intervention in this space on behalf of the community she claims to represent. I am wanting to go to the base closures and some evidence given by your predecessor, gosh, need another coffee, Mr. Delpra, to this committee, where she talked about regional base closures with respect about resilience of the whole network and the impact. And I think you both gentlemen have touched on these issues. And when asked to drill down on specific reasons in terms of delays and flight cancellations, because she had sort of basically said it's about being able to recover in disruption quickly and respond effectively. We asked about fewer delays in flights and cancellations, and her evidence was when we've looked over the last 12 months at the number of cancellations due to flight crew, we see that close to 40% of those could have been saved or not cancelled because we had crew that were in the bases of Hobart, Canberra or Mildura. Now that was Qantas's evidence to this committee. However, with Qantas's answer to a question on notice about flight cancellations that could have been saved by the Q400 pilots and crew operating out of Mildura, as evidenced in Table 2.1 on page 24, it said 0% of turboprop flight cancellations were due to Canberra, Hobart or Mildura crew. Mildura-based crew were not part of Qantas Link's reserves. So I want to understand, am I reading this table incorrectly? Or was your predecessor's evidence to this committee that close to 40% of cancellations and due to flight crew, we said that 40% of those could have been saved or not cancelled because we had crew that were in the basis of Hobart, Canberra or Mildura. So based on the evidence provided in writing to the committee, is it fair to conclude that there are actually no cancelled flights in the time period that could have been saved or not cancelled because of crew based in Mildura?
I think it's worth saying first off, for Mildura, it was only a Q400 base, so it wouldn't apply to the A220 crew.
Yep.
Yep.
No, I said that.
So sorry, refer back to the table. It was table
2.1, where you've got cancellation rates. You've got the A220 and then the turbo props, and it goes through different types of cancellations.
Yes.
And then it says cancellation rate due to Canberra, Hobart and Mildura crew as a percentage of crew cancellations. Turbo props 0%.
Yeah, so that would suggest to me, my interpretation of this is that on the Q400s, there were no cancellations as a result of crew in Mildura.
Right, which is actually against the evidence that Qantas gave, which said that 40% of those could have been saved or not cancelled because we had crew that were in the basis of Hobart, Canberra, Mildura. So just on notice, if
I'll take my notice. My interpretation of that was if you go one row down and you look at the cancellations that could have been recovered if crew were rostered reserve in the major bases was 38%. And I think that's what Ms Yangoyan would have been talking about, is saying that if we'd had those crew reserve in the major bases, then 40% could have been avoided.
In the key hubs rather than the regional base.
Yeah, I think this is for the A220 network.
Yes,
is my interpretation.
That's the 220 column.
Yes.
Column, rows, versus the turboprop.
Correct. Yeah, so on the turboprop, there were no cancellations, actual cancellations as a result of crew in the Mildura base, as opposed to the 40% that Ms Yangoyan referred to, which is the next row down around cancellations that could have been recovered if crew were rostered reserve in the major bases. That's the 38%.
I would like you to compare and contrast the evidence given with this on notice, just to clarify completely the evidence given by your predecessor, please. I just wanted to... on 1st of October 2025, after the decision to close your regional bases was made, Minister Catherine King issued a media statement suggesting you reconsider this move. Was that the first time that you'd heard from the Minister?
I'm afraid I wasn't involved in the role at
Mr.
that point,
Svensson.
so...
We have to take that on notice.
You don't know?
To take that on notice.
Would your predecessor have been told? When did you come on board, Mr. Delpra?
I came on board in December.
Right. And did Qantas meet with the Minister, given she made it so public, her concern that you'd cancelled the bases? Well, he won't know. You were around, Mr. Svensson. Mr. Delpra wasn't. He can't answer that question. You can.
I don't know exactly who met with whom, so we have to...
Was it discussed at your leadership group? The Minister's comments?
There would have been. We discussed...
I think that would be the correct answer.
I can't recall.
I'd be shocked and appalled if it
but
wasn't.
I can't recall the exact conversation and who had the certain conversations. I don't know that.
So I would like you to look at your diary around that period of time, and I would like to understand if it was discussed and what was the leadership group's response to the Minister's quite public calls for Qantas to reconsider its decision. Did it go back to your board? Does a decision like that have to go to your board? No. Or is that purely operational?
It's an operations decision.
Yeah, so that would just be within Ms Hudson's remit or your leadership team?
Yes.
Which one?
Sorry.
Which one? I gave you two options and you just said yes.
Oh, so you mean would we discuss it? Yes. Yes, we would have discussed it.
And whose decision is it to cancel the regional bases? Is it the leadership teams?
I believe the decision was Rachel Yangoyan's decision.
Would have been made by Rachel.
And endorsed by the leadership team, or just hands off? Knock yourself out, Rachel.
No, for anything that obviously a big decision like that, you would have a discussion. You still have a decision maker, but of course you have a discussion.
Yeah, okay. And the minister making clear her concerns, you can't recall that being discussed at leadership group?
That would have been discussed, but
you can't recall it though. Can you recall the discussion?
Not the specifics, no.
Right. I would like to understand what the leadership group's response was to the minister, and was there a formal communication from the minister to Qantas before she released her public view, and what was the response back from Qantas to the minister? You don't have to go to the detail of that, not wanting state secrets, but it does go to the state of your relationship with her. Just finally from me, the National Fuel Security Plan, this very in-depth document that is being incredibly sarcastic from the Shadow Minister about our government's response to the fuel crisis. Was Qantas consulted on the National Fuel Security Plan?
We've had multiple discussions with the government.
Yeah, including the one this morning? You would have had a transport meeting with Minister King? I think.
I've been travelling, so I don't know.
Okay, someone from Qantas will have, because there has been a transport roundtable, her regular roundtables. I'm not talking about the regular roundtables. I'm talking about feeding into the National Fuel Security Plan with 4 levels of increasing severity. What input did Qantas have into this document?
I have to take that on notice.
Level 4, when we start rationing fuel, we had evidence this morning that regional aviation hasn't been consulted, that regional aviation providers aren't getting granular advice from government about where fuel is, where it isn't, etc. What's your contingency plan should level 4 be implemented?
In a business like ours, we have to look at scenarios. If we came to rationing, obviously we'd have to work with the government. We also have to work with our fuel suppliers. If you have to ration, what's going to be prioritised?
And from Qantas's perspective, what's going to be prioritised?
Well, that's have to be a discussion with the government and fuel suppliers. Depends on what fuel's available. Depends on, obviously, you would have, I assume, the government would have some level of prioritisation that we would.
You would assume that. You'd be right to assume that. I'm not confident that is the case, which is why I'm asking the question to our major airline. What is the plan? What is your understanding of the plan should we get to level 4 of fuel rationing? Do you have any more detail than this publicly available one-pager?
I do not have that, no. Me, as an individual, no. There might be people...
And you're running domestic operations for
yes,
Qantas?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
But...
This isn't a criticism of you, Mr. Svensson.
But again, people who are working with our fuel suppliers, who are working with government, they would have discussions, not me.
I would like to have confidence that our major aviation supplier has got more detail than that on what comes to level 4. And as CEO of Domestic, I would have assumed that you would know what that detail was. So if you could provide that on notice.
Can do.
Thank you. Done.
You're done? Can I just go back to the engineering costs and the part costs for the dashes? So is it the case that because manufacturing has been suspended on that aircraft that no parts for it are being manufactured? What is the supply chain and what are your arrangements to ensure supply of parts? I mean, as you've said, you are the largest operator of that aircraft in the world. Are we relying on boneyards, or, I mean, what is it that's securing the availability of parts for the service? What is the supply chain?
Yeah, sure, Senator. So there's no issue in terms of getting parts for the aircraft. The issue is just the price of those parts has increased significantly above inflation.
So what's the driver of that, though?
Well, I suspect the OEMs, the manufacturers of the parts, they're no longer providing new parts to new aircraft on the line.
So their scale of manufacture for those parts is declined, so their cost per unit is gone the other way?
It would be cost per unit and also just the opportunity. Obviously, as operators of the aircraft, we don't have a choice but to acquire the parts through them, so they have a lot of pricing leverage.
Okay. And that's not anything that can be controlled here?
Well, we will always negotiate as best we can with those OEMs because we have other programs with them that can give us some scale to try to negotiate the best rates. But as you've seen with these increases that we've quoted, there are still some very high increases coming through on engineering parts costs.
Okay. The current process that's looking at airports, and you've talked about the airports and their alleged power over you as an airline.
Frenemies.
Well, that was a term used earlier in the day. There's four that are regulated, the key four. How far down the system do you think, in terms of top 20 airports, should be managed through that controlled process? Do you have a view on that? No one wants to answer the questions that the other side can listen to the answer.
I think you mentioned it. In small airports, they have the pricing power and more regulation. I think going down to exact numbers maybe not the right answer here, but do we would like to be more regulation in terms of airport cost and how they're determined? Absolutely.
So how does that manifest, though? I mean, it's a difficult relationship. I mean, a lot of them, and we've heard evidence here today, are putting money on the table to encourage airlines to fly to their airports, and their ratepayers are bearing that cost. And not necessarily places where you currently fly, but some of them are putting a huge proportion of their overall income into the airport. So it's a drain on the community. It's not, I'm not trying to pit somebody against somebody else. What I'm trying to look at is how do we make the system work better in the interests of the people that we serve and you're trying to provide a service to. This is the point of us being here. We might have various perspectives on certain elements, but the genuine interest of the process is to try and work out how we make the system work better. So as I said, 4 of them are regulated entities now. Should more of them be regulated in that sense? And how does that cost get managed?
No, I agree. I think in terms of
yes,
there's a number of elements to that. There's firstly how much is invested, and it's probably different when you're talking about the big airports to the very small council-owned airports, and probably we're more thinking about the bigger end of town in a lot of these discussions, but meaningful consultation in terms of the capital programs in those airports, because it's often the capital programs that then feed through into the pricing regimes.
It's all about the bucks.
And then also some sort of a process to assist with those negotiations with the airports. Because at the moment it's generally you've got one big airport in the big areas, so you've got one supplier. So I think
and those guys already have an overlay, the big 4 anyway.
Yeah, we think that could go further. Yeah.
Okay, but you're not necessarily prepared to say publicly how much further. But so you're participating in the process that's going on at the moment that's looking at with Is it the ACCC that are looking at this, or the Productivity Commission?
Productivity Commission, I think.
Productivity Commission. So you're participating in that process actively?
Participating, yeah.
Rigorously. Chair, I've just got a request.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
What are you going to sing?
Maybe once we close. Given the current uncertainty surrounding the aviation industry's supply of fuel and the evidence we've heard today about industry either being unable to give us the detail of what happens when we get to level 4, or concerned that there is no detail from the government about how we're actually going to service our agricultural industry, the aviation sector, etc., and particularly the regions, I'm sort of wanting to recommend that major avgas suppliers be invited to make a submission to this inquiry. Viva Energy, Air BP, World Fuel Services, AEG Fuels and Ampol, particularly given the situation we're currently in right now. It's really timely that this committee could actually receive those submissions and provide a forum, particularly for aviation service providers to engage, and for us to give confidence where maybe others can't.
Okay, thank you. I think that will do us for today. You will have the joy of seeing us again, I'm sure, at some point in time. Thank you for your evidence today. Thank you for coming to
Albury,
Regional
all the way to
Australia
Albury.
to participate
Well done. Didn't hurt too much.
in the process. There are some questions that you've taken on notice, so if you could have that information back to us by the 30th of April, please, so that we can consider that as part of our continuing consideration of the inquiry. That concludes today's hearings. Thank you to all the witnesses that appeared today, to Hansard Broadcasting and to the Secretariat for their support of the committee. The committee stands adjourned. Thank you.